Yeah.
Oh, hey, buddy.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Oh, hey.
Today has been an eventful day.
Oh, has it been?
I think I'm on the wrong. Where the fuck am I?
Yeah.
What
Remember Bubba J?
Oh yeah, have fun, Maple. Have fun.
What do you mean have fun? What do I have to
fun.
deal? Do I have to, what?
Well,
What?
I don't think you have to deal with anything, but you could
Okay.
so remember, the whole Bubba J incident.
Yeah.
Captain Carmine Costello of the ODPD has shot down Marshals Blunt in Springfield today.
What? What?
It's ongoing still, the investigation. You can look at report number 49582. Apparently, Carmine was doing some kind of investigation, and he's been like asking for like voluntary interviews from several people. And today he was going to have one with Brian Knight. And Brian Brian wanted Blunt and Springfield there because of things that have been happening to the marshals and the several threats on his life and XYZ and the third. All that fun stuff. And they had their guns out. And then Carmine didn't like that and told at least Jessica to put hers away. Put a taser in her face. She pulled her gun. Back out, I guess, and it was a whole ordeal. And it's all on. There's all audio recording there. But it got kind of spicy. Maxwell was not happy. It was really funny.
What?
Well,
Carmine
there's a
fucks
lot
around
of
sometimes. Holy fuck, he has flown too close to the sun, it seems.
Well, the thing is he is claiming, from at least what we're assuming, he thinks it was self-defense, and so, because Jessica having her gun out, and they're going through the recordings and everything. Like there's a few people from both BCSO and LSPD that are doing it right now, and trying to determine like, did Jessica threaten Carmine? Did she aim her weapon at him? Stuff like that. But Carmine is gonna claim self-defense versus obviously attempted murder of two marshals. Blunt is in ICU. He didn't have a pulse on scene, so I don't know how he's doing in the ICU. And then Springfield, I think, came to in the ICU, and gave her statement and stuff, but she's not so good. Yeah. Carmine is suspended pending investigation.
Jesus
Yeah.
fucking Christ.
Enjoy your tea for the day.
Holy fuck. What the fuck?
Yeah. Yep. I got on duty today, and there was immediately 13 alphas, and it was Springfield and Blunt. And then a 311 came in, like, from Brian saying, like, need marshals up here. Carmine just unloaded on everybody. Oh.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
So, yeah. Anyways, I need to go do
Hey.
Maddie's penumbra
Hey.
trial. Hey, Rose, I just gave him the TLDR what I missed today.
Yeah. Oh, no, no, Rhodes, no, please.
No, Rose.
It's okay. Don't worry. Listen, it's just...
Rose got dragged out of bed for it.
Oh, good morning.
I mean, not that it required me, but this was sent while rank was being pulled. So unfortunately,
Yeah.
I was still asleep. But just a heads up, I have a sneaking suspicion. I'm not sure if you had heard, based on what I heard on Channel 3 from Maxwell. For me, the heavy implication was the whole legislation stuff, and I believe it was in
I
reference to
did hear you
jurisdiction
say
stuff.
that. Yeah.
If rank gets pulled in any capacity and marshals are not around to resolve it, because that would be their jurisdiction technically, let me know. And when provided context, I will make whatever decision is necessary at that time, even if it conflicts with whatever it is they're saying. Because
Okay.
obviously the whole sub-authority stuff is what they're probably going to reference, if I had to guess. But yeah. I'm going back to bed, guys.
Yeah,
I just
you
popped
do
my
that.
melatonin.
You
What's up?
get some sleep.
Okay. I do intend on being around during probably midway through shift 3. But man, what a fucking mess.
Indeed.
Also, Cassandra provided me the export of the prior mayor cabinet's like work
Sounds like it.
flow on my removal.
Oh.
Oh?
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
What'd you say?
Cassandra provided me the prior cabinets. Like, they had an entire document on how they're going to remove me. And one of the first things stated in there was something to the extent of, we informed, we informed him that we respect him enough to give him a heads up if he was being replaced. No, the fuck they didn't. Anyways,
Question, real quick.
answer.
Have we, the collective, I'm going to call us the collective, have we sort of started figuring out who is the tip of the spear in all this?
Not a clue.
Okay.
Someone who was around and present, but
Yeah,
based
it's
on
not
what
me.
I was told, I know you were like you had involvement, but Ryan was.
I spoke.
Not the
I just
biggest
got
fan.
off the phone with Brian, just to sort of talk things through rather than leave things up for interpretation based on what I heard, whatever. And he clarified that what he meant was more so that somebody who's going to be prosecuting should be the one to speak to him. And he knows that I wouldn't be, which he's right. I would not be. I'm not a prosecutor. I don't do this sort of thing, right? And I just assure him that, you know, like I said, I am taking this seriously. I will be taking it seriously. So just for that to be made aware. And that kind of got my gear turning that he's leaning towards prosecutor. He's obviously has some expectations, but we also have to figure out who's going to be sort of leading this, right?
Yeah.
And it should probably be an investigator, right? Like it's the only thing that makes sense. Somebody who is.
Are you thinking like Gravy? I'm not 100% certain if I'm being real.
Who is least likely to be painted with bias
Doing
towards either
terrific.
side?
Hard question.
Because
It does.
That's
Frankly, it doesn't
extremely
matter.
difficult.
They're drawing
gonna
that
pay
conclusion
bias
no matter what.
Yeah.
okay, hear me out.
I don't think
We
it
get-
matters
We
then.
get Cornwood back. Cornwood would have this solved in 5 minutes.
I don't know about that one.
I don't know if it would be solved in a good fashion, though.
Honestly, fuck, I would even say Joe, but this is like so like. Does that have to be somebody that was here?
It should be.
It probably.
Like,
Why is Eric Wong calling me?
why don't we fly in an investigator?
Hello?
That's not how
Hey,
this
Maple,
works.
it's Eric
Can we
Wong.
fly to special
yeah.
Can I get permission to get a drill, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very
He's
much.
obviously
Appreciate
very
it.
solid,
Okay.
but I don't like. It's not responsible for me to volunteer Gravy. I don't know his current workload. I know he is assisting in this. speak with Key. Speak with Key regarding it, and
Sure, Richard
figure
would
out
have a
who.
field day with this.
Where did he go? Did he fuck off and go on patrol?
Probably.
Probably. I think so because he
On
has
that
Daisy
note-
with him.
Good night.
Good night.
Where you going?
Good night.
Back to
going back to
fucking
bed.
Go back to
hell.
bed.
Did your husband talk to you? Because I snitched on him today.
Yeah, of
What
course
did he
he
do?
spoke to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, he told me that you said the whole like straight thing. I don't even remember the full context.
You said that the pride balloons outside your office weren't straight, and that's a problem.
Okay, I clarified. I didn't mean
Huh?
straight. I meant centered.
Well, you said straight.
Okay, and I
just
took it
relayed
back.
that to Richard.
I took it back. I took it back.
Yep.
Something can be straight but not centered.
Can it be okay? Well, actually, no. Actually, wait. What did you say? You said they're not straight, and that's not right.
I'm leaving.
You
Goodbye.
You said the balloons are not straight, and that's not right.
Oh my
That
god.
was the whole thing. I also confronted him. I said, "How does it feel knowing that my sheriff has more pride than you?" And he said, "Well, I'm gay." And then Peters walked in and said, "Somebody take their dick out. I'm sucking it."
Oh my
Hey, that's a quote and a half. I'm gonna write that one down. Hold on a
Yeah.
second.
Or he said, "Somebody take their pants off who wants to get their dick sucked." Is what he said.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go run Maddie's penumbra trial.
Have fun. I gotta read this report. This sounds like you guys have
Yep.
had a night and a half.
It's been a night.
Oh man.
Everybody's got your look now, huh?
Come back out to Little Bighorn.
Being cockblocked by an SPD.
So rude, continuing northbound Little Bighorn. Back at the embassy. Oh my gosh, she's gonna do it again.
Yeah, she's gonna have to like keep the energy levels low.
Hey.
Hi.
How are you?
Hey, Elsie.
Roy, lovely Roy Dean.
This guy just filled me in on
May
how
I
tonight has gone so
have
far.
A channel for
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I came
I mean,
around to
Miles,
do one thing
please?
again.
Remy, you need to stop coming around to do one thing. Every time you come around to do one thing, bad things happen.
I got to read the statements. I was like, oh my.
That's what I was gonna do right now.
Oh
It's been a
my.
spicy day.
Yeah.
That's when my day
Holy.
started. I got on duty and I hear beep 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 beep.
You know your
No,
day's gonna be good when it starts with that.
When I first got hired all those many moons ago, that was exactly how every shift started for me. I'd get on duty and the first
yeah.
thing I'd hear was those beeps.
When I
recording.
originally got hired, it was it was a hell week.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
5K a cop-ed.
Well, we haven't had one of those in a while though. have we?
Sounds good. I
Because
hope
they
you
were
have a good night.
mostly called by CG.
Ah,
Thank
I
you
see,
for
I
your
see, I see.
service.
We had a hell week that turned into a hell day that I don't know ever happened with Lost.
Osvaldo declared Hell Night on me once, and I ended up just shooting him down like 4 times. Yes.
I can't. Interrupt.
Roy, if you
can't
wanted
hand
my
things to
wanted my heavy rifle, Roy, just take it.
I
But you
don't
have to-
want it. I can't hand it back to you though. You need to get it back from me.
Check that I could actually
Oh my god.
I can actually look
Roy,
at
if
my
you,
car.
if you wanted the heavy rifle and the pistol, just ask.
Quick, document the DNA on it.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Huge.
Easy. Baited.
Easy.
Guys, did you hear that that somebody attempted to assassinate me today?
What?
Who
What?
tried to
Jerry-
assassinate you?
Oh yes, sweet.
Jerry Sweets shot me in the face on a
This
scene
guy's
and
been
then-
hired for 2 days, and
and
he's
then
not
ran
only
me over.
9mm tased somebody, but he also shot another cop.
It wasn't a
Yes.
crossfire either. Like like the car was like, let's say like relatively speaking, the car was like that direction, and everyone was like following it. You were in the fucking car. No, Gravy was actually. And I came around the corner and he shot me as I came around the corner, but the car was nowhere to be near there. It was like fucking 100 feet over to the right going down the mountain.
Were you wearing what you're wearing right
dear.
now?
I was in a cop car.
Okay, but you know the penumbra has issues from distance.
According to from distance, I was the distance of me to the V-Star.
Oh, okay, never mind then. But he's just sweet and special.
But the doctor did say that this outfit, this uniform did save my life, is what the doctor said.
Oh, okay, I don't buy it.
I'm gonna have to go into for physio tomorrow to make sure that I
I think
So instead of
Doctor-
9mm tased, you got 308 tased.
Dr. Medical Guy, which was the local doctor on site when I got there, said that my pants actually saved my leg from being amputated from the blood loss after getting run over.
So now you have to keep those pants on.
Well, that's what that's what we're trying to figure out. I'm gonna have to
Yeah,
go
that's
for a
right.
physio tomorrow, see if once these pants come off, if my legs work, and if they don't, fuck.
I'm
We're
just
just
gonna
gonna have to
heat up
leave the pants on.
Mamma mia, if so.
I remember when Sweets had to give me strike points for a bad shoot.
He shot 2 people in 24 hours after being.
Sweets is doing fantastic.
Off to a hot start.
Don't get a better start than that.
Yeah.
To be honest, I wouldn't expect any different from Sweets.
Yeah, honestly, it checks out. It checks out.
How long does it take to get some freaking
I'm here. I'm
water,
thinking
You
I
just
hit
talked
up the
before.
fucking inhaler.
Okay, okay.
Smoking a
I
crack
go
pipe now.
Make the trial then.
That shit does fucking holy shit. They fuck you up
I
though.
forgot my cards, don't you?
No, because me and
What?
another guy, when I used to play hockey with him, we'd be like, before the game started, we'd both be taking our inhalers, and like people were like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, just taking a quick crack pipe over here. That good shit in there.
They used to like, the fucking inhalers used to make me shake so bad. It was great. I felt fucking weird.
I would rather shake than fucking keep coughing.
What?
Also valid.
Guys, who is 420771?
420771. Phone number?
Yep.
427?
771.
771 8594.
Whatever.
You've been spamming me with cat gifts.
I'm looking in my database for.
I just sent a cat gift back.
I don't have them as a contact.
420-771-8594.
Yeah.
I've got that number so registered if you louse.
Oh, this makes sense. Oh, this makes sense.
Oh my god.
Well, it's been eventful.
Yeah, I'm reading the events.
Yeah, I mean, I also read that Harry Fox got shot last night.
Oh yeah. Yeah, apparently some guy got upset about food orders. I don't know. I guess that's officers.
Channel 4.
That court case is gonna be great.
Number
195.
You guys okay over here?
10-4, Ember Quinn
10-4.
pulled a Molotov and was threatening to throw it.
Yeah.
I thought she did throw it. That's why I'm all
Trying
over
to
here.
burn the ATSL embassy down.
Alright, good work, guys.
Are they okay?
Yeah, they're good. They just smoked Ember
You
Quinn.
meant to PD?
Oh, okay,
No.
that
No.
checks out.
Can we have 52 ATSL embassy, please?
I think he was.
Okay. It is gonna be one of those days, it seems.
Sorry to break up fun. Can I have Mona and Mule real quick?
Yeah.
So
Today got messy, so.
we've got Rosa Lee as our presiding judge. for the murder of Lily Night Sky. Star's got a lot to look through on this case. Alright. Let's see here. Alright. Everything happened in the last 48 hours. I'm recording it for everyone's sake. I start recording. He goes on how he demands I go into his interrogation room. Can't do it in Maxwell's office. Only place works in this specific room. For me, I'm just very confused at this point. Because I came in voluntarily and all agreed it's voluntary. I came to his building, sat there, ready to have a conversation, recorder on, asked me what he wishes, but he's all over the place. Springfield Blunt, you can't be here, Carmine says. Something obstruction, I'm leaving here, Carmine says. He's forcing a narrative on me before I can even say or do anything. In the same way, I'm sat here, hey, if people have pushes, I will gladly provide information. He doubled down, wanting to be interrogation room back and forth. Max, what happened? She stated, started by sort of being understanding, saying this is kind of ridiculous, he's making us go somewhere else, and there was claims by Carmine that we were losing our cool, as you will hear in the recording. It's not the case. I'm being interviewed. I'm expecting to have some level of like professional decency. I myself have never done voluntary interview where I'm forcing somewhere to in a location. It just didn't jive. Something got smelt off from there. That's why I was asking those questions on why. My suspicion is that there was more to it. He wanted an interrogation room or an embarrassing moment, and I'm just suspecting that. There's a lot of suspicion by me that I don't know. Maybe he holds grudges from when we investigated him from months ago, despite the little bit of interactions we have had with him. This felt rather targeted. Now that's how I felt. That's not what happened, but how I felt. Carmine left the room. Recording paused. We sat there wondering what to do. That's when, you know, let's just have the interview and let him have his moment so he can stop pestering us so we can get back to it. We walked to the interrogation room that Carmine was demanding for. I immediately turned on the recorder when going into the room. The reason I'll get to this is because I don't trust him. Maxwell at some level probably didn't trust him either. That's why she wasn't in the room the second time. I turned off the recorder, stated name, made it clear is that number one, all this shit he was saying in that room needs to be, if people say things are off recording, you can make up whatever. It doesn't help anyone. I made it very clear to him that the room was not acceptable by me for a voluntary interview. First reason, as you can see, because of the room, massive painted glass walls, such as that anybody can come and just dome you right there through the glass window. Secondly, very open pathway for any rifle. This is my personal feeling on the matter. Furthermore, that is my prerogative. If I'm giving a voluntary interview, I want to do it, just not in here. I just got shot. Threats from the group. These are recent threats, let alone all the bombings. The second issue that was brought up was the entire room leaks. The walls are paper thin. We were discussing some matter involving the director of the marshals that I still, up until now, he has not told me about what it's about. Speak of any similar to here, so what we are saying
2023 at the laundromat gonna be
is not being available to every party outside the walls. Because at that point, what is the value of it if it's leaking? He refused to listen to me, wasn't addressing me. He eventually did, stating, "Oh, the glass is fine. I protected it. They're not going to pay attention or listening." So I screamed, "Hey, who's down here? Who can hear me?" Even Carmine reacted to the voices listening, unprofessional, and still don't understand why in a million fucking years he was refusing any alternatives. If I had no prior, we could have just driven to BCSO like now, any location really. As this argument, he was all over the place. He started demanding that both Blunt and Springfield leave, and I said, and I believe they said, is that they are here for my safety. We're not going to be walking in and out, to and fro, solo dolo, and I have zero trust that department, who is very good at putting words in other people's mouths, are going to give a shit if a threat from outside their own bubble comes to be. Carmine started to complain that Blunt had his weapon out in Springfield too. Mind you, Blunt was facing the door of Springfield, and anyone could attest to this, as typically when she's in a protected position, will have her gun behind her. Carmine started screaming about it. One minute, and I found it annoying that this interview could not go on because of all the problems. And mind you, that this entire time, Carmine keeps saying that so you're refusing the interview. I was just like, let's get this over with. Look, I said to put him away. Carmine, as Springfield puts her gun away, Carmine takes out a taser, points at Springfield. Springfield starts yelling and get the taser out of my face. This taser's not from a distance of us. He had a taser pressed so close to her face for no reason, kept screaming at her while there was no gun. It was layered away. He's screaming in her face. Springfield says, "Put the taser away." That's when she pulls out a weapon and tells her to put it away, and I'm restricting both parties. And it's chaos. This little guy. Hello, I said this little guy. There's no little there. I just I slotted that in. This guy takes his gun without her pointing it. She had it in her face. He, Carmine, starts shooting her. 1, 2, 3. I sat there in disbelief. Blood takes gun out. Carmine goes, "I missed a bit." Let me rewind. Taser had come out. Springfield didn't have her gun out. She put it away. He has tasers, aiming it at her face, pressing on her face. She's screaming, "Get out of my face." She then draws a weapon by her side. Carmine puts it down. Carmine screams, "Oh my gosh, she's holding me up."
Unlucky bastards
And pulls a gun and shoots her in the face.
4370
No
unit
weapon
to
is
76.
drawn in the sense that her
Very
side
nice,
not
very
on,
nice. Can we get any more?
not on the person.
I'm working on just moving some tires, some engines. I'll attach
Blasts her in the face.
Beautiful.
Jesus
Alright,
fucking
I'm gonna get my
Christ.
car. I'll grab A1.
C30, I still need to do my final eval for Air 1. Is it possible to do it with this boost?
I guess she's, Blood pulls before he's even able to aim. Carmine's unloading on him. I've sat there in disbelief. What the angle here is insane. He immediately gets on radio. Arrest them. They tried to shoot me. Exact words. Reference recording. Might be off a bit. He then starts instructing his own officers to start arresting them, collect evidence, and in my opinion, start trying to hide.
Do we have
what
any
he had
77s
just
for
done.
the laundromat?
I'm gonna go further. He started demanding that I give him the recording that I made.
Maples, that you?
Yeah, what's up?
There's Asboo's son. Gotta go get his ass.
Okay. Alright. Am I actually ready to keep reading this report? Okay. I was around this area. Zardamani, I give him the recording I made, then he goes on to start saying that I am obstructing if I don't give him the entire reason we were in the room. If I don't give it the entire reason we were in the room to begin with is because that's where his recorder was. So where is his recording that he doesn't have on? And thank God I had the thought to record walking into a Carmine situation. I, as you heard, was really pissed. I have 2 of my marshals shot down by a degenerate. I still don't know why I was brought here. I still don't understand why that dog known as D, who's under the command of Carmine, is demanding that I give him the recording. I'm not going to give it to these people. These individuals, how does anyone have any trust with them? There's a bunch of other things said in that room. You will notice how quickly Springfield and Blunt, victims of Carmine, were thrown into cuffs and treated as irrelevant until y'all came. There was 0 attempt despite situation. It took effort to have his weapon removed immediately on the spot. If you're coming on to a scene like that, involve 2 law enforcement agencies, you take the evidence and you don't
She
point
just threw a
fingers.
Molotov, no? I just took glass break.
Confirm. We got Ember fleeing. She's just actively Molotov at 56 Embassy, westbound and Secretary Way.
She just did. It's class 2 authorized. That's 666.
We got 2 units attacked westbound Integrity Way. Jumping straight on Scalper Freeway.
Whoever has context, are we opening fire on the vehicle?
She threw it from the vehicle. The exit to Laporta Freeway, opposing lane, southbound Laporta Freeway. Crossing over to correct lane, 2, continuing incorrect lane, southbound Upper Laporta.
Chasing Ember.
Yeah,
Affirm.
Put like active on-duty officers, or just like toss it at the embassy?
It hit the front end of my car.
So she threw it at Odette.
We open the vehicle?
Yes, open fire on the vehicle.
Are we shooting from the
She's taking popular exit.
I would say try to get it with a fire. She's entering the railroad tunnels underneath Olympic Freeway interchange and heading into the canal.
North end of the canal. Stand.
Heading up towards El Rancho, I believe.
Go to Capital Block reverse. North end El Rancho. You just been slammed into a tree, getting out to open fire. She's surrendering?
Suspect resisted. Still got her hands up.
Do not resist.
Bobby.
Alright, she resisted one more time, but she still has her hands up.
I got ouchies.
Alright, I'm gonna tell her if she resists one more time, I'm gonna beat her down. Unless she is... she hurting?
I'm going to cuff you.
Possibly.
You might have to.
She was open to fire to bond.
Yeah, I'd be surprised you wasn't all of them.
I shot her.
Okay, Gravy, just step in front of me with a shotgun.
She's gonna bleed out here in a second.
Sorry about that, guys.
Thanks.
I'm Yuki Baltoa. Hey,
Get away from me!
How, Balthazar, just tackle her! What the fuck are you doing? Move. Get out of the way. Hands behind your back, Ember. Or not, I guess. I can't move.
There we go.
Why were you running away from her?
I didn't have anything drawn. What the fuck?
What so what? You didn't either. What the fuck, Balthazar?
This is fucking crazy.
What is?
EMS.
Send it.
We get 95, or sorry, 47 to Rancho Boulevard.
Okay.
Alright. The oil tankers.
I'll turn my sirens off, I promise.
The 52 is on route.
Yeah. If we get 52 for 40.
I found pop ball time 6. I'll tell her, this what happens when you don't come on duty for a while.
I panicked, okay?
Don't worry, I wouldn't let Ember do anything to you bad ever.
I mean, if she's tried anything, I had my shotgun trained on her fucking back.
I did whack her twice really hard. You did what?
Fucking the immediate reaction from Balthazar to just run away is actually insane in that situation.
Fall 2352.
Alright, let's listen to this recording. I'm gonna need to change some settings around. Hey, 1 second. I need to open this up.
And
Put
is
this
Jessica here?
Alright.
You're a witness. You shouldn't be here. And is Jessica here? Jessica, you can't be here either. And this isn't our interrogation room. This isn't our interrogation room. Can you please follow me to our interrogation room?
You gotta whisper me.
Wait, I
we
thought
probably shouldn't do it here.
is this not a voluntary interview?
Yeah, it's a voluntary interview. We do our interviews in the interrogation rooms.
This is fine.
I'm sorry, it's not called a.
I think he likes my chair.
interview.
Yeah, it's a nice chair.
Yeah. It was imported.
I have my recording device set up in that room, so we need to go to that room directly.
That's fine. You can place it right here.
No, that's not my recording device. I'm the one conducting the
It
interview.
is July 17th, 2026 at 7:38 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Director, are we gonna do this interview or not?
I'm going to be Director Brian Knight, call sign 0495, here with Carmine Costello for a voluntary
If
interview.
you're gonna say no, just say no. I don't know what these theatrics are about.
No, I'm ready,
Either
Carmine.
we do
Let's
this.
start.
Listen, either we do this interview or we don't. It's fine.
Yeah, let's do it. Have a seat.
Okay, then let's go. Let's go to the designated room, the interrogation room. Let's take a seat. And
Wait,
let's
is
get
this
to
an
it.
interrogation or a voluntary
No,
interview?
did I say it was an interrogation?
Wait, why can't we do it here?
Because I have my recording device set up in that room.
We have one. You can set it up right here. There's a computer.
Listen, director, if you want to say no, just say no. We can move on.
I'd
I'll move
like
on.
to do the interview right here,
Okay, then.
Carmine.
Hey, Key.
Maple. Are you busy right now?
No, I'm just catching up on whatever this fiasco was earlier. I'm listening to this recording from Night.
That's good. I need a favor from you, and this is of the utmost importance. We are dealing with this scene, and I'm gonna try and phrase this in a way that leaves it open-ended for you. I need a fresh set of eyes to go through all of this and give a opinion on,
2:30, the report
based
is
on the
up for
evidence that we
Amber.
have, where we are in terms of charges, not charges. Does that make sense?
In terms of this Carmine thing, right?
Yes, the Carmine thing. Because what's basically happened is all of us that were reviewing it are all involved, and the preconceived, it's very difficult.
I
and
am
we're trying to go on what
involved
we have probable
now.
cause and evidence of. So I'm gonna ask you, as someone who, on one hand, doesn't interact with many of these people in a very long time, and on the other hand, someone that wasn't there today, and as well, if Davenport's around, if even he could give his opinion. And I would like that opinion to then be passed over to Rhodes and Viv when they're around. Because what we need to do is come to terms with our stance on criminal charges within the next kind of 24 hours. And everybody that's I put in charge of reviewing it is expressing it's tough. And they don't think that their judgment is going to be good enough given that they're involved or they took a stake. Do you know what I mean? So I think you guys would be fucking fantastic. And I would be nothing more than eternally grateful if you could get Davenport and yourself and any, lieutenant above from the BCSO in Shift 3 to just sit through, discuss it, after the facts and come to a consensus of what you think we have PC for, and pass that over to the chief and sheriff.
Yeah, we'll look into it. I will tell you this much: even though we don't interact with them often, I am aware that Pred hates both myself and Davenport's guts. So regardless, I think of what we bring forward, we're gonna be accused of whatever the fuck.
That type of bias, I don't care about. All I care about is muddy because we have preconceived notions because we saw things on the scene that affect our interpretation of what may or may not have happened. You didn't see the scene. All you have is recordings and statements. So you and Davenport, any BCSO you think, and then pass it over to the chief and Viv when you see them, and I'm eternally grateful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Can't do.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. God damn it, motherfucker! Fuck! Son of a bitch! Fuck! God damn it! I just wanted to chill and not be involved and just sip on the tea.
Then let's do it in the.
Let's do it right here. Have a seat.
Director.
Carmine, I've been waiting 2 hours for this.
You have not been waiting 2 hours for this. Now you're lying on your own record.
Well,
you're lying on your own record.
Well, let's calm down. Let's calm down.
Compromise.
Whoa, calm down.
Director,
calm down.
I am calm. I am calm.
Okay.
You're the one who's not calm. You're the one that called me a hard boy several times. Okay, I am very calm. You're the one that's not. You're the one that has been very belligerent over the phone the last couple of days. And I've been treating you with the utmost professionalism. And listen, just say no if you want to say no.
Why do you want me to say no? I'm here, Carmine. I brought Springfield and I brought Blunt. I even asked Maxwell to be up here.
Blunt. I know where you get it from now. Okay, it all makes sense. Okay.
Carmine,
I see where you get it from, dude. I see where you get it from. Like father, like son.
About why?
I'm like 30 years older than Brian.
He hasn't even said anything.
Director,
I was born in
I'm gonna
69,
note this down
brother.
as a refusal.
I'm here. I'm not refusing.
You are refusing. I'm gonna go to the interrogation room. I'm gonna wait for you for 5 minutes. If you do not show up, I'm noting it down as a refusal.
Okay, well,
I'm gonna
please
that
do
right
enter
now.
this recording in as well.
And Director, if you have no business here, you do not need to be here, okay?
I'm here for a voluntary interview, Carmine.
Okay, then I'll see you in that interrogation room, Director.
Why are you leaving the room?
I'll be right back.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess we'll pause the recording here at 7:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm very confused.
I'll just note for purposes of one-way window and threats against.
It is
This is a
July
government building. There is no
17th,
threat present.
2025 at
Put your
7:45
flags
p.m.
away.
Eastern Standard Time. I'm
Mate,
gonna
we're
be
back in
directed by Knight,
time.
continuing the
flags still away.
voluntary interview.
It's
Carmine
2025.
Cassello, I fear for my life being placed in this room where there are exposed windows after I have been shot multiple times this week by active terrorists.
Including today.
Including today, for the safety of my person and for the safety of my person, I am asking that we do this voluntary interview in a more enclosed location.
Blunt, I want you out of this room with that class 2. In fact, I want you out of this building.
Y'all can put the weapons down. Our safety is in the hands of ODPD at this time.
Thank you.
So they put the weapons.
You're not addressing me, Carmine.
Hold on.
Can
do
we
you have a,
can
do
we
you have
do
a
this
defense
interview?
attorney present? Who's your defense attorney? Are either
Well-
of these people your defense attorney?
Firstly,
Are they here to represent you?
can we do this in a place
Are they here
that's safe?
I want to get this interview started.
Yeah, I do too. Can we go to a safe location for this?
I want the interview to start, and I want the relevant parties present. That'd be you, me, and whoever your representative is. Your legal representative, your attorney.
Wait, Carmine, are you saying that my
Certified
safety
defense
is not a
attorney.
concern?
It's not a concern. I
Huh?
say that you will not get shot in this building, and I'll do everything I can to
There's
ensure
an
it doesn't happen.
there's this open glass panel with a walkway.
It's
and
been reinforced. It's been reinforced.
see, that's
It's
what.
been reinforced.
Okay. Well, I'm not comfortable having this here. Could we do it in a different room?
This is the allocated room. You're safe. You see that? That's my recording device.
It's actually
It's
where
the one I
we put
use.
Tyler when he's a bad boy.
Wait,
And
why
that
are
is
there
precisely-
voices coming through the walls?
That is precisely why we're not doing this here.
Wait, how are we gonna do this interrogation when the voices are
Is this
coming
your
through the
interview?
walls?
Is this
How
your
is this
interview?
reinforced? I can. Hello, guys. Can you hear me down there?
Can you identify yourself, whoever that is,
Are you-
please?
Okay,
Hey, guys.
Blunt.
Hey.
Blunt and
Why-
Jessica, I'd like it if you leave
Hey.
the room right now.
Okay, Carmine, I'm not comfortable. I'm not.
I am trying to conduct police work, and you're preventing me from doing my police work.
Well, so
I'm
firstly,
demanding you leave the room now.
they're here for me. Secondly, I don't have any context to what this is about.
Okay. Are you
Thirdly,
here
this is
willingly?
now the second time
Are you here Director, are you here willingly?
I am not comfortable doing it here. Yes.
Are you here willingly? Yes or no?
Yes, I'm here willingly.
Okay.
Why would I? How would I?
You're here voluntarily. You are present voluntarily.
Correct.
For an interview, correct?
Correct.
And that interview is me doing my police
However,
work.
here's the thing. I'm not going
It's
to
me
be.
doing my police work.
Here-
I'm investigating a crime. I'm trying to do my police work.
And
Jessica,
you know,
if
good
you do
for
not
you.
Leave, I will have you on obstruction.
On excuse me? I'm
You're
going to get charged
preventing
with
me from-
obstruction?
No, not you.
Why
Jessica
would I get
Springfield
charged for
and Blunt.
obstruction? For what?
If you do not leave this room now,
For
in
what?
fact, leave this building, you'll
For
be
what?
charged with obstruction, the both of you.
Why the building?
I'm not going to leave Carmine.
Okay, well then in that case, I'm arresting you on obstruction of justice. Turn around.
What the hell? For
I am
what?
not turning around.
Are you resisting arrest?
Drop your taser now. Put your taser down. Do not aim that taser at me. Put it away now. I will not accept
What
the
are
threat
you,
from you,
Carmine? What are you doing?
Okay, now you held me up. You held me up. Now
Wait, no, she didn't.
Put your hands up. Do not reach.
If you.
Why are you shooting her?
Put your gun down.
What the fuck?
You're safe, Director. I killed your assassins. Don't worry.
Why did you just shoot them all?
You're safe, Director. I killed
78 marshals just tried to murder me in an interview with Brian Knight. 2 marshals just tried to kill me after I took
You said I was safe here.
78's at the court center now. Don't worry, Director. You are safe. You are safe, Director. You're safe, Director. I need units here now. Springfield and Blunt both pulled brandished weapons on me and tried to shoot me. I gunned them both down. I want them in cuffs and treated for their injuries.
For the record,
Director,
none
you're
of
safe.
that happened.
That is what, Director.
You
are
just
safe.
started shooting her.
Get Blunt
What
in
the
cuffs.
fuck is wrong with you?
Get Blunt in cuffs.
Okay.
They're both being placed under arrest.
Okay.
This is a
Yes,
voluntary
of course,
interview, you dumbass.
You got everything on recording. Thank you. That's evidence, by the way. I'm gonna be seizing that. That is evidence, Director. They committed a crime.
Captain, did you get her in cuffs?
Yeah, she's in cuffs.
Okay. I'll get evidence.
Get EMS stage. The threat has been handled. The director was right. He said that he believed he was gonna be harmed. It looks like it was his own. Looks like the faceless must have infiltrated their ranks.
I'm having trouble.
What does the faceless have anything to do with this?
I don't know, man. Deep state shit. They were.
Brother, you just fucking gunned down 2 cops. Why?
Oh, that was crazy. They're both suspects. They're both going to jail. Both of them are going to jail.
You just shot down.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
No,
This
I'm not
situation
fucking
traumatized
okay. You just shot 2 people down, dumbass.
Director, if you want to give a
Are
witness
you-
statement, I'll have one of my officers take that witness statement from you, okay?
Everything's on
Okay.
recording, Carmine.
See, here's what's gonna happen. Jessica Springfield and
Hey,
Blunt
Maple.
are gonna be they're suspects, 95. Okay, we're gonna process them, and the director's a witness. Someone come up here and get a statement from him. I'll throw up the report.
For the recording, I am not reacting in this very moment. And
I'm gonna need.
I
that
have
recording, by the
no
way.
idea what the hell this is about, but I'm going to be opening up an investigation on Carmine Costello for the attempted murder of 2 members of SASM.
Director, that's fine. The situation's handled.
No, it's not fine. I'm going
I'm
to...
gonna need the recording from you, Director. Are you
Well-
withholding evidence from me of a crime that was committed? The director is fine.
Dude, what the fuck did I just listen to? What the actual fuck did I just listen to, man? It's borderline corruption. And the reason it's borderline corruption, in my opinion, borderline, I think it would be tough to stick corruption on it. The only reason I was looking at corruption at it is because of B2. Right? Misusing official powers, resources, or confidential information. I believe he was misusing his official powers. I believe he was abusing his official powers in an effort to try and... Well, I mean, he shot down fucking 2 marshals because of it. Although, I think it's borderline. Now...
I heard class 2s.
And then swap this EVP afterwards.
It's borderline. It's borderline. I don't know if it would stick very well, but with how that recording sounded, it sounded like he was using his official
this is
powers
one of the cars.
as an
Yes,
officer to try and intimidate
I will pull out the other one after. There's not a lot of space
other
there.
officers into doing what he wanted. He pulled his taser.
I'm just
And
gonna
now
put
here's
it
the
on
other
the floor.
thing.
I'm
And I don't know if they've
ready.
touched on, I don't know if they've even thought about this yet, right? We are trained as officers
Yeah.
to +1 a threat given to us.
Are they ready to leave? Yeah, we can over here.
We are trained +1
Oh, you're good.
with use of force matrix. Carmine went straight
I go to
to
jail.
4.
The guy that's 24/7.
Carmine went straight to
no,
stage 4,
Alright,
less than lethal. Which means Springfield's response of lethal is proper.
Yeah, is there a pursuit though?
What's the pursuit order?
I don't know. Is there one?
225, who's
With Springfield's response of lethal to be proper, Carmine then continuing to escalate and open fire, claiming that he's being held up when that's clearly not the case,
Get off the phone. Get off the phone.
is
you guys will be
attempted murder of a government employee. Without question.
Should we get the glowing gun out of the mouth?
He was arresting her and she pulled out a gun. So then the question becomes, was the arrest legal? Now that's something that I see, you know, a little bit wishy-washy.
She's got a mask on.
I don't know.
Alright, they're coming out.
She's also
Coming
not a
out.
civilian. I don't know. I don't think I don't understand the reasoning for him to escalate to an arrest. I don't understand the reasoning to escalate to an arrest there.
What's the order?
For a voluntary interview.
Or primary, secondary, tertiary.
Are you in the one on the right? Okay, from you were tertiary.
Based off of that recording.
Okay, active 80, sorry, black and color.
Based off of that recording.
This was the first one I did. As you can tell, that one was a little more concise. This was the first one.
Knight.
The third receipt is all those parts, but you know.
Okay, I'm just not gonna read chat.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, based off of the recording and the recording alone, Knight agrees to a voluntary interview with Carmine. Knight brings 2 people with him. Is there anything preventing Knight from doing that? Not to my knowledge. Carmine wants the interview to be alone. Knight doesn't want to have the interview alone. Understandably so. I probably wouldn't want to have an interview alone with Carmine either. Knight instructs his associates, you know what, his marshals. Knight instructs his marshals to put their firearms away, to which I'm assuming they oblige. I would assume that if he instructed them to do it, they would have done it. Once they do that, God, why the fuck did Key have to do this to me? Once they do that, Carmine then wants to arrest them for felony obstruction for obstruction of justice for not leaving. So let's see obstruction of justice, right? Obstruction. So the question is, was he wanting to push felony or a misdemeanor, right? Regardless, recklessly or with criminal negligence, hinders the discovery, apprehension, conviction, or punishment of a person who committed a crime, including issuing threats of violence, impeding the administration of justice, or withholding of non-privileged information or evidence from peace officers. Looking at felony obstruction, any person who commits felony obstruction of justice, A, intentionally hinders the discovery, apprehension, conviction, or punishment of a person who committed a crime, including intentionally involving oneself in an ongoing criminal act or investigation in such a way that peace officers are impeded from administering justice. Brian Knight was never informed in any way, shape, or form that he was detained. Brian Knight was never informed that he was under arrest. Brian Knight was never informed that there was a criminal act ongoing. Brian Knight was only under the impression that there was a voluntary interview with 0 additional context. Meaning, with Springfield and Blunt being present, in no way, shape, or form couldn't they be recklessly, criminally negligent, or intentionally obstructing justice, because they are under no impression that any justice is being conducted. There is no communication there that Knight is detained. He is voluntarily there the entire time. It is a conversation of which Carmine then escalates, claiming felony obstruction of justice, pulls out less than lethal. Springfield then retaliates with lethal, as we are trained to do when a threat is provided to us. Carmine, it sounds like Carmine backs down. It sounds like Carmine backs down. And then Springfield also backs down. Carmine pulls and shoots them all down and claims that he was being held up. So then the key case to press here is what justice were they obstructing to consider an increase of aggression? What justice was being obstructed that's articulated from Carmine's perspective? Where's Carmine's statement? What justice was being obstructed? Because the entire time during that entire the entire conversation, the entire recording, there is no claim of charges being pressed. There's no claim of investigation. There's no claim of detainment. There's no articulation of... that's not even articulation of Carmine acting in an official capacity. It was a voluntary interview, otherwise known as a conversation between 2 officers. I personally don't like the escalation in terms of there being guns pulled. I think there shouldn't be to begin with. That should have never it should have never gotten to that point. A taser should not have been pulled, guns should not have been pulled. As they're two... I mean, you're talking about... everybody involved in this incident is an officer. Right? I think without question, Carmine is the instigator. I am confident that Carmine is the instigator in this incident. I don't necessarily believe it's corruption. I think it's Carmine being a fucking dumbass and getting in over his head. There's no statement from Carmine, which is not going to help his case at the moment. But I don't know if a statement from Carmine would help him in any way, shape, or form. Because based off of the recording, based off of what was immediately evident to the officers on scene, from the marshal's perspective, God, this is why IA fucking sucks ass, dude. What's immediately evident from the marshals on scene is that there is no investigation ongoing. There's no charges being pressed, there's no charges pending, there's no detainment. Everybody is there voluntarily. I locked my car, Moose. You know that.
Yeah, but if I don't try, what kind of clown would I be?
Fair enough.
What you up to?
A fucking headache and a half. I get out of one fucking headache, Moose, and it gets thrown into another.
Oh, you want some drugs? I could get some to help you.
No drugs. No drugs.
What about legal ones like weed?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Moose.
Oh, okay. All right, well, good luck and watch out for birds.
Thank you. I think, without question, Carmine is moving for an unlawful arrest. Right? Without question, Carmine is moving for an unlawful arrest. Guns shouldn't have never been pulled. He also yells that he was held up, he was being held up, and then opened fire. This is their interrogation room? That's a horrible choice for an interrogation room. It'd be great, right? I mean, obviously, we know that Carmine shot first. You can hear the fire. You can hear the shots fired being not a revolver first. It's not a revolver that shoots first. The revolver shoots second in the interrogation recording. Oh fuck, Carnado. Oh shit. I can't win. I just can't win. I get out of one investigation and I get asked to help with another one right away, man. God damn it, motherfucker. I gotta look through this report more. What time is it? Oh, it's almost restart too, for fuck's sake. Okay. Statement recording. This is the big part. Here's a Carmine interview. Okay, let's see here.
All right. Starting the recording at 8:32 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on June 17th, 2026. I am Deputy Vincent Ventura, accompanied by
Captain Carmine Costello, who is in the line of duty today and still is.
Just for the record, I'm going to read your rights, Carmine, as I'm sure you are aware of them. I'll read them nonetheless. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do can be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you can't afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you by the state if available. Do you understand these rights as I read them to you today?
Yes.
Okay. Run through with me from start to finish, I guess, from the moment the marshals came to the observatory till the shooting, what happened?
Yeah, I'm aware of my rights.
Okay, with these rights in mind, would you like to keep talking to me today?
Yeah, I'm okay with talking to you.
Okay. Do you not want to answer that question?
What question? Oh, everything that happened?
Yeah.
What is it you think, what's the crime you think I committed?
Well, we're trying to ascertain whether or not you are going to be charged with attempted murder of a government employee ×2.
And what do you have that makes you believe that I attempted to murder
What I
a
know
government employee
right
×2?
now, definitely, the facts that I know conclusively right now is that 2 on-duty officers, marshals, were shot. That's what I know
Okay.
for certain. I'm trying to figure out why they were shot. Whether that be legal or not is what I'm trying to figure out here. That's what I'm trying to afford you the opportunity to make clear to
Who
me.
was first on scene? You know who was first on scene?
I am not sure.
Me, because I was there. I was first on scene. Vincent? I was a primary officer. It's crazy. I was a primary officer. You know who called for backup? And medical? Vincent?
You want me to guess?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm going to guess you.
So I was first on scene. I called for backup. I made it pretty clear why I shot both marshals. One of them brandished on me and tried to shoot me, and the other one pulled his gun and tried to shoot me while I was in the line of duty, doing my job as an officer. That's the context. I've given you the context. Now you have my side of the story. The recording is going to fill in all the blanks. Why am I here?
Well, can you please, like I said, fill in the middle ground? Like I've asked, start to finish, what happened?
From what I told you, does that sound like attempted murder of a government employee?
I have a question. Who else was in the room with you at the time of the shooting?
Director Knight was there. He was there voluntarily. I was conducting an interview. He's a primary suspect of an investigation I've been conducting for a few weeks. I am not going to discuss that any further.
That's fine.
This is an ongoing investigation, but that's why he was there. Jessica and Blunt were there too.
In your opinion, is Director Knights guilty of any crime today?
No.
So
Hold on, wait, hold on. I believe if Director Knight is refusing to hand over the recording,
that's not the case.
That holds critical information to what happened in that room. If he's withholding that, then yes, I believe he's committing a
For reference to this recording, you're referencing the recording at the time of the shooting to which Director Knight has possession of, right?
Does he still have possession of it,
It's as from what I've been told, it's been handed over. It's currently being encoded and uploaded.
Okay, beautiful.
Okay.
All right, nice.
So that aside, Director Knight was there willingly on his own accord to take part in an interview on your behalf, correct?
Okay.
Correct? Yes or no?
He was there willingly, yes.
Okay. Is Director Knight still a sworn law enforcement officer or Senator Star Marshal?
Yes, he's the director of the marshals.
Okay, so by your own definition, then, as much as your own statement of what happened has weight, his would have equal weight, correct? Having been a witness.
I think the material witness trumps whatever I say. Because what's on that recording is what happened.
Of course.
Everything on
that helps
recording
Carbide's
happened,
case or
so I
not.
think that's what takes precedent.
Of course, and
I'm
in
not
the
saying
interim,
Director Knight would lie. I hope.
I know. I'm not trying to
Knight
listen.
doesn't
Let me get this clear. I'm not trying to jam you up in any word, spaghetti or anything like that. I'm just trying to say, if your word as a law enforcement officer has weight, his has weight as well. Correct?
Okay.
So, at this moment in time, we are getting his statement. We are getting the recording. We're trying to get all these pieces for the puzzle, right? I'm trying to get the pieces from your part of the puzzle. That's why I'm talking to you, Carmine.
Okay.
So, you called.
No, but there's a difference. There's a difference.
What's the difference?
I'm a suspect. You suspect me of
The
committing.
only
a crime.
reason why you are a quote unquote suspect at this moment in time is because you, admittedly, to your own admission, was the one to pull the trigger. So that's why. What would Brian
Hold
isn't
on.
suspected of anything right now?
You're ignoring
I'm not.
everything that.
I'm not.
the,
Listen,
like, the context as to
I'm
why
not
I
ignoring
pulled
the
trigger.
context. I'm not. I'm trying to
Okay.
ascertain the context. You're running me
Can
around.
I
a loop.
ask why I was arrested? Because I was arrested, but then I was unarrested. Why was that?
You were unarrested.
Yeah, according to you. Yeah, that the officer, I forgot what her name was. Oh, it'll be in the report. But she cuffed me and placed me under arrest.
I'd be speculating if I gave you an answer to that question.
Okay. It's pretty stupid, don't you think?
I don't have all the context. Listen, Carmine, can we get back to my questions?
Okay.
Okay. So, correct me, yes or no. You called down Brian for a voluntary interview, correct?
Incorrect.
Did he call you?
Knight showed up at the court center and said he was there waiting for me so we could conduct the voluntary
Was this
interview.
a pre-scheduled interview?
Yeah, several times. I scheduled it like a bunch of times.
So
They
it
blew
was
me
an
off every
interview
single
for
time.
Carmine.
Was the interview, did you only want Brian at the interview?
Yeah, it was just Brian, and I don't want to talk about. I don't want to go into the investigation. It's an act.
No, I don't want to go. I'm not going to try to ask questions about the investigation. I'm just saying.
I will say this: Blunt and Jessica were not supposed to be in the room.
Okay. So, did you all, ODPD is a big building, right? Did you all walk up to the interview room together? It's the same interview room that I was in.
I was
right?
waiting in there, and he came in there voluntarily and sat down.
Okay, but you
all
said
on
that
his
he called
recording.
you. You said that he called you at the court center. You were already in the building when he called you?
No, I said he showed up at the court center.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand this. And you were already there. You were inside.
Guys, I need a
have a
face
question.
mask
How
and some
is this
cucumbers on
relevant
my
to the
eyes.
attempted murder charge?
We're getting there.
Government
I'm just trying to
employees?
get to the fact of how everyone got there. So,
How about this? I'm gonna fast forward it and tell you everything that's relevant.
okay.
Okay, because
And
even
I'll
though
a-
the recording will elaborate this.
I'll ask other questions too.
I was seated with Knight. Blunt and Jessica both had class 2s out. I asked them why they had the class 2s out. They didn't give me a reason, at which point I told them to put the class 2s away, and I told them to leave the room.
They shouldn't have had the
to
guns to
conduct
begin
my
with.
interview.
And Knight was right telling
I
them to put the
asked
guns
Knight
away.
if he was there voluntarily. He confirmed it. I said, Jessica, I'm trying to conduct an interview. You're preventing me from conducting that interview. I'm demanding that you leave the room now. She refused. I told her, Jessica, you're going to be charged with obstruction if you do not leave this room now. She refused. I got up and attempted to arrest her, at which point she pulled a gun on me. When she pulled the gun on me, she put it away, and then I pulled my gun out, and I attempted to arrest her again with lethal. At which point she pulled her gun out again, and I shot her. And then I looked over, Blunt pulled his gun, and I shot him. I was acting in the line of duty. I did my job. I don't know what the fuck got over them. They lost their minds. Maybe it was some crazy faceless juice. But that's what they did. Ask yourself, Vincent. Why did Director Knight not pull his gun? Because Director Knight knows what they did was wrong.
Okay, just for clarity, because you said they had their guns out from the start, correct? They had class 2s?
They had their class 2s out in event, and then they put it away after.
When did they put them away? Was it after you asked them to? Or
It's on the
I
recording.
understand.
After Knight asked them to.
Okay,
They
Knight
asked
asked them
me.
to put them away,
to put the weapon.
and you said Jessica Springfield.
They should have had their
pulled
guns
hers
out at all.
independently first when you said she would be placed under arrest.
Yes.
Okay,
Affirmative.
and then she put it away before you pulled yours or as you pulled yours,
She put it away, and then I withdrew my firearm,
and then she pulled hers out and brandished it.
and I shot her. Yes.
Okay, just for the recording, Carmine, did she point it in any direction, or was it just held to her side or her
Why
waist?
else would she pull out a gun?
Okay, I'm just answer the question, Carmine.
What are you trying to
Listen,
get at?
I'm not
Vincent?
trying to get anything because
What are you trying to
I'm
insinuate
not.
that I should have
No,
not
because
shot and waited for her to
I am
fucking
not trying to
shoot me?
insinuate anything.
Well, then where is this going?
Then
You
tell
want me to
tell me.
let her aim dead center on me?
No,
Is that
I'm
what
not
you're
trying
saying
to.
I should have
Carmine,
done?
answer the question. Did she point it at you or not? If she didn't point it at you, then just say that.
She did point it at me.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. So, tell me if I'm getting this timeline correct.
what a
She pointed
mess.
at you. You had your weapon already drawn. You shot her
Yes.
in self-defense. to that point, you looked over to Blunt. Where was Blunt in relation to you?
Blunt was she was at the end of the room on the left where I was seated, standing behind me.
Okay.
I got up. Everything happened. She goes down. I look to my right. Blunt's by the door. I see him reach for a firearm, and then I shoot him.
Okay. Same question with Blunt. Did Blunt point the weapon at you, or in your words, did he not have the opportunity to?
Yes.
Okay. He also
He
pointed.
might have even fired a shot or two.
Okay.
I think both of them may have fired a shot or two. I was hit.
Thank you. I will get. Let me ask something. I'm just gonna make sure to see whether or not they were GSR tested.
Hopefully, if you listen, maybe, I don't know, they had higher caliber firearms. So if you listen to the recording, you may hear who shot first from the caliber of their weapons, okay?
Yeah, you can hear Carmine shoots first.
If they shot,
some audio ballistics, first time in the city.
You can hear that Carmine shoots first.
Evidence.
we did collect evidence too. So if they shot, their casing should be on scene.
Okay. Well, now that I've told you all of that, do you still suspect I committed a crime, Vince? Well,
Hold on,
you're a witness.
I'm gonna reference himself here.
The director was right. He said that he believed he was gonna be harmed. That is what happened now.
Oh!
Put your hands up. Do not. Are you resisting arrest?
Drop your taser now. Put your taser down. Do not aim that taser at me. Put it away now. I will not accept the threat from you,
Carmine, what are you doing?
Okay, now you held me up. You held me up. Now?
Wait, no, she didn't.
Put your hands up. Do not reach.
If you.
Why are you shooting her?
Put your gun down.
What the fuck?
They actually all sound about the same.
You're shooting her. Wait.
They all sound very similar, but the Marshall revolver can't shoot quick.
No, she didn't.
Put your hands up. Do not reach.
If you.
Why are you shooting her?
You could hear there's two shots back to back, which indicates that Carmine shot first because Marshall revolvers don't shoot that fast.
Wait,
Right?
no, she
Right?
didn't.
Put your hands up. Do not reach.
If you.
Why are you shooting
boom,
her?
Boom, boom, and then you have a third. You have the. I think there's 3 shots that go off before.
Wait, no, she didn't.
Put your hands up. Do not reach.
If you.
Why are you shooting her?
Put your gun down.
What the fuck?
You're.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like Carmine shoots first. And his argument is that he shot first because they pulled guns and pointed them at him.
From your perspective,
It's not. I'm telling you, this is what happened. You said my testimony is as valid as Knight's, right? We're both sworn of public servants.
you want like a personal opinion
No, I'm asking for your professional opinion. This is a interview.
based off your statement alone, and not hearing the interview, not hearing other statements.
Yeah.
Based off your statement of events, it sounds like you defended yourself, but that's what we're trying to figure out here. I'm getting your statement.
Okay.
Right?
You know what's going to be very resounding, and this should have red flag should have gone off. There's a reason why Knight didn't gun me down. There's a reason for that, Vincent.
What's that reason?
He watched his people lose their fucking minds. Okay? He watched his people lose their minds. To me. To Carmine. That's what happened in their room.
Okay.
And he knew that he wasn't gonna follow him into that fucking 0 IQ bullshit. I'll give him that. He's smarter than them. A lot smarter than them.
What pistol did you have? Did you have a heavy pistol or a Glock?
I had my heavy pistol.
Okay, and that's the weapon that you discharged?
That is a weapon I discharged.
And
yes.
they both had heavy rifles?
No. They had class 1 heavy, like big firearms.
They're Marshall
fucking
revolvers.
Cannons. Yeah.
Okay, they both had the Marshall revolver?
Yeah, and they still went
Okay.
down the fucking crooks.
Okay.
Not the crooks.
And I want, for the record, I want this to be on the record. As soon as the threat was neutralized, you'll hear on the recording, I asked Director Knight if he was okay. I made sure that he was fine. I asked him if everything was fine, if he was okay, and that I did my duty of care. I took care of him.
At what point?
This is
At what
fucked,
point
dude.
did he end the recording? Do you know?
He ended the recording after everything concluded. He even had a little outro. Oh shit, you're under arrest. I'm joking. That's awkward. This is where the marshals storm in and try and shoot me? This is, hold on. Wait a minute.
Oh my god.
Okay.
So, regardless
That's embarrassing.
of here's the tough spot, right?
It's on recording, dude.
Regardless of what
The
Carmine
record show that Captain Carmine just tried to escape custody by cuffing me during the interview.
regardless of what
That's a real
Carmine
quick record show
had
that was a
intended with the
joke.
interview to begin with and all that
Shit,
stuff.
they got me. Let the record show I didn't say that out loud.
I'm trying to do this the best I'm trying to look
Sit
at this
tight
best
with
I
me.
can
gotta
from
go check in
a
couple
neutral,
stuff.
neutral
Is there anything
perspective.
else? I'm gonna pause it for now. Is there anything else you want to say before I
I
pause
want
it?
to know when this detainment
I'm gonna finish
is
this.
over so I
I
can
gotta
get
log
back
out.
to my job.
ASAP. I'm still waiting on the recording, but I'm gonna make sure I don't have any other questions for you, and then I'll get back to you. Okay?
Okay.
Great.
So, okay. So, the moment that Carmine attempts to arrest Springfield for obstruction, he is then acting in an official capacity as an officer. He is making an arrest. It begs the question, legality of the arrest or not. And I want to remind everybody in chat right now, I'm not reading chat. So you guys can say whatever the fuck you want. I am not reading chat because you guys are saying too much shit that I need to not know. So I apologize to anyone who's trying to talk to me. I am not reading chat right now. Carmine is attempting to arrest Springfield. Springfield, for all intents and purposes, resisted arrest because he instructs her to turn around and she doesn't turn around. He has less than lethal. She escalates to lethal. He backs down. She puts her gun away. Assumingly because she believes this situation is not dissolved, but there's a word I'm looking for, I can't remember, whatever. Has cooled down. Regardless of the reasoning, it doesn't matter the reasoning. That she puts her gun away. Carmine then pulls his gun out, points it at Springfield, and says you're under arrest.
Are you resisting arrest?
Drop your taser now. Put your taser down. Do not aim that taser at me. Put it away now. I will not accept a threat from you, Carmine.
What are you doing?
Okay, so now you held me up. You held me up. Now?
Wait, no, she didn't.
Put your hands up. Do not reach.
If you.
Why are you shooting her?
Put your gun down.
What the fuck?
Carmine is attempting to make an arrest on Springfield, regardless of legality of the arrest or not. He is attempting to make an arrest on Springfield. She resists arrest. Escalates to lethal. He backs down, then also escalates to match aggression and escalates to lethal as well. He points his gun at her. She points his gun at him. He shoots. Shoots Springfield down. He shoots Blunt down. After telling Blunt to put the gun down, shoots Blunt down as well. You can hear Carmine's shots first as he's using a heavy pistol. Carmine using a heavy pistol indicates that he's going to be able to shoot faster than the revolver would. Yeah, because the... Oh, wait. Wait. Mike Blunt was using a heavy pistol, not a revolver. Springfield was using a revolver, but Blunt was using a heavy pistol. So it's impossible to determine whether or not Blunt or Carmine shot first. But it is possible to determine whether Carmine or Jess shot first. So we know Carmine shot before Jess because the rapid fire of the pistol. We do not know who shot first between Mike and Carmine based off of the recording. There's no way of determining that. Server should be back up as well. They should have pulled their fucking guns, man. They shouldn't have pulled their guns. Because there's an argument there for Carmine, man. Once he tells Jess that she's under arrest for obstruction of justice, he warned her that he was going to arrest her. Right? And okay, so here's the thing too, right? Let's if we were to completely remove both any party involved being an officer. If Carmine were to attempt a detainment, regardless of legal or illegal, and the person he's attempting to detain pulls a gun, that person gets shot. That's just matter of fact. That person's going to get shot if they pull a gun while we're trying to detain them, regardless of legality of the arrest. That's going to come after the fact. Was it a legal arrest or not, right? But we can't look at it like that, because they are still officers, and they are all on duty. Everybody involved here is on duty. Oh my god, man. I'm almost trying to think if I could put myself in their position, would I do the same thing? If Carmine were to pull a fucking taser on me, and say I'm under arrest, I don't think I would pull a gun on him. I think I would just embarrass him in court. And that's realistically speaking, the avenue that should be taken in most circumstances. And that's what we tell people to do, is argue it in court. That's what we have court for. And again, I look back to Carmine being less than lethal, and an on-duty officer escalating what they believe to be a threat, and reacting to it accordingly, as we are trained to do with lethal. Right? And that's... Where's my fucking ball? I dropped my ball. I dropped the ball! Where's my ball? There's my ball. I got a little ball that a little foam green ball that I use to, like, squeeze every once in a while instead of playing with knives and scissors, because I'm a fucking child, apparently. The problem we have, a key problem we have here. Yes, the chat is supposed to be an emote only because there are a lot of people in here because of the task that Maple has been given in regards to Carmine and Brian. This investigation in regards to Carmine shooting down Springfield and Blunt. And there's a lot of people in chat who can't help themselves but keep giving me information that they need to not be giving me. So, yeah. Good use for the question, Redemption. Wonderful use for the question, Redemption. Yes, it is meant to be an emote only. Because people can't help themselves but yap. They keep yapping. Everyone's yapping. Okay, so a key issue we have here is that SOPs are not something that is referenced in court cases. We never reference SOPs in court cases. We just don't do it. It's objection weird.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
So yeah, so we don't typically reference SOPs in court cases in any way, shape, or form. It just, like, isn't a thing that we tend to do. But we do reference officer training. Often. So Knight says that he told her to put the gun away.
In that case, I'm arresting you on obstruction of justice. Turn around.
What the hell? For
I am
what?
not turning around.
Are you resisting arrest?
Drop your taser now. Put your taser down. Do not aim that taser at me. Put it away now. I will not accept a threat from you,
Carmine, what are you doing?
Okay, now you held me up. You held me up. Now?
Wait, no, she didn't.
Put your hands up. Do not reach.
If you.
Why are you shooting her?
Put your gun down.
Okay, so Knight.
Howdy, everybody.
Hello.
Knight never told her to put her gun away the second time.
Senior Citizen Day at the PD.
He didn't even really instruct any parties to do anything. He was just fucking bamboozled. Taser had come out. Springfield didn't have gun out. She put it away. He has taser. He's aiming it at her face, pressing on her face. She's screaming, "Get it out of my face." She then draws a weapon by her side. Carmine puts it down. Carmine screams, "Oh my god, she's holding me up," and pulls a gun and shoots her in the face. No weapon is drawn. Drawn in a sense on her side, not on the person.
Hey everybody, how's everyone doing?
Blasts her in the face after he claims she held him up with no gun pointed. Blunt
Was that
pulls
so?
before he's even able to aim at Carmine's unloading on him. I'm sat there in disbelief.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Got a long head ahead. Hell yeah, we is.
Did somebody die? Why is everyone so quiet?
Is this meeting going on?
Yeah, I'm so confused.
Oh shit! Sorry, I didn't realize it was 25 after. Sorry, guys. I am being.
Lock it in.
You know what? I am locked in. I got out of one investigation and now I'm dealing with another one. And I don't have much of a choice on this one either. So, we're gonna get this meeting started. Announcements for tonight. Some shit happened earlier and it's quite the mess. I don't know if there's much. I mean, it's a public report, right? As far as I'm aware.
Yep.
What report?
Yeah, it's a public report. Yeah, so there was an altercation between the ODPD and the marshals earlier tonight. Carmine ended up shooting down 2 marshals.
Whoa.
I don't really know what's going on here, so I don't have any more context than that you're gonna get. It is a well, not necessarily a public report, but it is a report open to any officers. So anybody can really read it. It's there for you guys to read. If you want to read it, go ahead.
What's the phone number?
It's 49582. Anyway, other than that, I don't have any other announcements. I don't have any announcements really.
Ember's trying to blow up the BCSO embassy.
Oh yeah, that is happening. Ember is trying to blow up the BCSO embassy. She's thrown Molotovs at it multiple times and we shut her down. Yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
That the BCSO embassy is the one that's right on right behind MRPD, right?
Yeah.
Little big one.
WD-40 lives in there too, so we got to be careful.
Who the fuck's WD-40?
Walter Daniels.
Oh. Okay. All right. Anybody else got announcements? Okay, didn't think so. I guess I could do some quotes. But Odette, after this I'm gonna have to talk with you about some things.
Oh no, my peanuts, you know, like
Yeah. Alright, well I guess we'll do quotes and bits, but I think everybody's got their head in this report right now by the looks of it.
I'm working on something else.
I'm just here.
Yeah. Alright, I'll do quotes. Fuck it.
I'm good for quotes. He does.
First quote. Remy knows that she could treat me like her finger puppet anytime she wanted.
Odette.
Odette.
Not Odette.
Absolutely not. What?
Springfield.
Odette could probably.
Remy. Springfield.
It was Springfield.
Topical.
Next quote. Springfield's telling McAllister to pull it out.
Also topical.
Extremely topical.
I think that was Rohan.
Not Rohan.
Damn.
Come on, guys.
Jonah.
It was not Jonah.
Sorry, what was the quote exactly?
Springfield's telling McAllister to pull it out.
Horver.
Nope, not Horver.
You.
It was me. Yeah. Yeah. Next quote. If anyone knew what a breath with dick smells like, it'll be you.
Perry.
Not Perry.
Sounds like it could be a Remy quote.
It's not Remy.
It's not very well worded. Is it Troopa?
It
wasn't
not
me.
Storm, no.
Horver?
It is not Horver.
Brandy?
It is not Brandy.
Horver. What shift, Maple? What shift?
Shift 3 LSPD male.
Davenport.
Yeah, it was Davenport. Next quote. I love me some gay sex.
Horver.
Jonah.
It was not Horver and it was not Jonah.
Storm.
It was not Storm and it was not Rhodes.
Nikki.
It was not Nikki.
Is this you?
Barry?
It was not me. It was Perry. It was indeed Perry.
What'd I say?
I love me some gay sex.
Classic
I was in a
Perry.
private traffic stop. Who submitted that?
I'm pretty sure I just overheard you while you were doing that traffic stop.
God dang it.
Last quote for tonight. I'm gonna ask Maddie to suck my bubble in.
Obligatory Fisher.
Yeah, that was Fisher.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Dan Fisher. All right, anybody else got bits?
I got pictures.
Hell yeah.
You got your way, Maple. I need a way to put your chair down.
Hi, guys. It's me, Dr. Violet Waters. Twice in a week. Holy crap. What's happening?
Wow.
Am I back? Am I not? Who knows?
She actually likes us.
I do. I heard you came back, so, you know, I'm back. Because of you.
Fuck.
Wow, Rohan. Making me look
Way to
bad
go,
up here.
Rohan.
Making me look
What?
bad up here, bud.
I was never gone.
My first one today was sent to us by the beautiful, the wonderful, the always fun parking Odette Swan in front of BCSO. I did get the context of this. Odette was so very hungry that she rushed in to BCSO. She parked the car just like this, ran inside, got to the refrigerator, got the food out, and passed the fuck out from hunger. Silly Odette. You should eat. And
I'm on a new diet.
well, it looks like the lights are on, but that might be a reflection of the rainbow light, so I don't know, but I'm going to say you can't park there. At least not in that position.
Technically, is it parking if none of my wheels are on the road?
You might be onto something there. I'm not gonna lie.
You know, position is key. You know, the right position, you know, depends on things depend on the right positions, but this is not a position for going anywhere. So no, can't park there. Silly little girl. And the next one was from today. That is Ember Quinn's car. And that is the embassy. And Ember was in the embassy. Silly little Ember, you can't park there. That's not a parking spot. That's the BCSO embassy. All right. I have been Dr. Violet Waters. You have seen my silly little guys. You can't park there for the day. I'm on Lemon List. Send me them if you get them. Love you guys. Bye.
Thank you, Violet.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Rohan, you got anything? All right.
Mouth cavity.
Cheek lip?
Cheek
No.
lip, yeah.
Maybe? I don't know.
I feel like that would be the bait.
I don't think so.
Mouth, iris, lip,
And cheek.
and cheek. All parts of the face.
I don't know about that one either.
I think that's also a bait.
Calliope, Nemesis, Iris, and
Echo, right?
Echo. Yes, all Greek.
Yeah.
From Greek mythology. Iris, the goddess of rainbows. Calliope was sent. Yeah, Greek mythology.
There's a pull. Okay. Now.
Niche, recess, cavity.
And Nook. They're all
And Nook.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
all like holes in things.
Yep.
Like the embassy.
Mouth, lip, cheek, and nerve. You know, mouth off. You give lip. You give cheek.
You have
and
nerve. Yeah.
Nerve. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm.
Sortie, Kindle, classic typeface things you can read. Maybe.
I'd say fonts.
We move faster
Maybe.
than fucking Rohan
Yeah,
can
you
react.
guys. You guys.
Yeah,
cook.
we do.
Elk.
Ill.
Huh?
That doesn't make sense.
Like you and
Starting
Starting with
like your
synonyms
kind
for
of
ilk.
people. Your type, your sort, your kinds.
Class.
Your
Class, kin, sort, type. Okay.
Oh.
Well. Funny
Alcove,
thing,
that's the word I
classic
was looking
book.
for.
Kindle is a reading thing. A typeface is a type of print, and sortie is I don't know.
I only know recess from like recess in code or something. You know that was like a thing.
All right. Anybody else got anything?
No.
All right, let's get out of here. Then I gotta talk to you. Go to the chief's office.
What's this?
All right.
What's this?
Excuse me. Sorry about that. I did not mean to do that.
You guys have been freed temporarily, but if you're not careful about it, your freedom will be revoked once again. You give them a reason. You give my mods a reason to lock you up. You're gonna get locked up again. Gotta keep yourselves in check. Remember, the whole point that Maple is here looking into this is because we are a neutral party with only the information available to us in this report, similar to that of a judge.
Oh my god, there's trash in the chief's office. What the heck?
Welcome to hell, Odette.
Hey.
We
Really
have
hard.
been tasked
Mm-hmm.
by Alan
What?
Key to assist with the ODPD shooting. They have asked us, as Shift 3, being an uninvolved party in terms of our lieutenants and captains, to look into the information available and see if and or what charges could be pressed.
Okay.
That's what I have been doing. I've been asked to ask you, Ricky, and Davenport to all look through this and provide perspective to Rhodes and or Viv when we get the opportunity to do so.
Okay.
I have been looking through it since I've gotten on duty 3 hours ago. By gods, it is fucking ridiculous.
I've heard bits and pieces, but I've just gone, I just don't wanna.
Yeah. I was just looking into it just because of the T Fort. I was like, you know what? I want to see what this is all about. What happened? And
Yeah.
and then Key was like, "Hey, you guys are the least involved parties here. Please help us determine what we can do going forward." Like I said, I got out of one investigation and right into another one.
Thrown into another. Okay, alright. Amazing. Okay. Well, I can read through this.
Yeah, listen to the recordings. I still gotta listen to a couple of recordings. I've listened to the interview from Brian's perspective, or from Brian's recorder, as well as Carmine's interrogation. So.
Yeah.
And there's also,
okay.
I gotta listen to
Alright.
Springfield's interview as well. I don't think we have anything from Blunt because Blunt is in ICU. They'll see Springfield's interview, and then you just gotta look through this and see what we can figure out, if there's anything we can figure out.
I've been told that Blunt is, whilst in ICU, is detained by the ODPD, so they haven't contacted any of the emergency contacts or anything yet. So yeah, that's cool. All right, no worries. I will read through this. That's not a problem.
As for Rohan, you want me to talk to him about him clocking on as a cadet during shift 1 or shift 2? Sorry.
Yeah, he clocks on and then he just sort of hangs out and waits for people to take him out. But then he goes out on sessions in late shift 2, goes out on a session in shift 3, and then hangs around after his session and other people take him out. Like he's clocking over 10 hours plus of FTO. Like although it's not proper FTO hours, it's just too much.
Is he? He's not queuing up though. He's just.
No, he's not
clocking in
queuing.
on
He's
duty.
just he's just here.
Okay. Is he still dispatch?
Well, I don't know. I think Wednesday wanted to talk to Eda about it and see if Eda would allow him to dispatch whilst he's waiting for sessions or dispatching other shifts. Because that would solve the problems if he was allowed to dispatch when he wasn't out on an active FTO session.
I mean, he's allowed to do that anyway as a cadet. Like, he's going to be on radio,
Yeah.
so there's no reason for him not to be able to do that. There's no issue with. He can absolutely still dispatch, regardless of if he is dispatch. Obviously, if dispatchers were around, then they would take priority. But I mean, we've had officers sit back and do dispatch plenty of times. Nikki's done it before. Richard's done it before. Like it's entirely a doable thing. So I'll talk to him about that and make sure that he understands that that's what he should be doing if he's around other shifts. He should not be going out in the field during other shifts.
Yeah. Yep. Cool. It's easy.
Simple as. All right. Thank you.
Maple, do you want context on the Marty stuff from yesterday? Because I'll willingly give that to you if you want it.
Yes, please. What happened there?
Marty twatted out, come get food before I close the stall and go do crime. So I jumped on radio and said, hey, let's all go stall Marty and get some food so we can't do crime. So we showed up and Fox went first and was being an absolute Karen. I can't read. What are your specials? What's this? What? And asking stupid questions. Marty said, hey, Odette, you're lucky the rest of these cops are here. Otherwise, I'd pull my class 2 and dome this guy. And I just sat there and I'm like, Marty, don't shoot anyone. Come on, like, let's not. Fox continued to be a Karen. Marty pulled out a bat until he eventually got his order and done. Then Bar stepped up. And Bar started doing the same thing. What do you and just, straight up annoying him. To the point Marty pulled out knuckle dusters. And we're like, Steele and I were like, Marty, put them away. Come on, let's not. Elle stepped up and started going, but Marty closed the stall. So Elle stepped away. Marty opened the stall again, and then Rohan stepped up and started doing the exact same thing. That's when I called and I said, right, reel it in. We're not, that's enough. We were just here to stall. Marty was getting everyone's name and badge numbers at the time, and then just said, all right, you're on the list, you're on the list, you're on the list. So I think everybody collectively, well, those 3 specifically failed to read the rooms about that whole situation that was going on. And that's why Marty got upset.
It's not like they
and shot
don't know
them.
how fucking these guys are.
Exactly. Like, my whole thing was we just show up and we all order a combo, one after another, just to stall for a little bit. And then people just started being dicks about it.
They were being dickheads, so they fucking had it coming.
Yes, exactly. So there is your context. I was like, guys, Harry was the last one to leave because he stood outside of the food court waxing his car when everybody else left. So that's when Marty got him.
This is a big fucking... Okay, so they were being fucking stupid.
They were being stupid. Like, it's one thing to just go there and order food and, make him do his job to stall him. But it's another to go there and deliberately be an asshole after he's threatened multiple times and just to continue to do it. It's just dumb.
Yeah. Okay, well...
So there's your context. It is what it is.
Do you want me to talk to Rohan as well about reading the room?
I've already had a long conversation with him. He blames me, and says it's my fault because I told everyone to go there.
That's not how that works.
That's not how that works. But sure, whatever. Fox got what's coming to him. Bar, I don't know. I'll have to see how Bar's traveling tonight and go from there if he shows up.
Okay. All right. I'll sort out Rohan, and I'm going to be just looking. I'm just deep diving this thing to see if I can piece anything together.
Yeah, that's probably what I'll go do.
It's
Sit on a mountain and read
it's a
for a while.
really difficult thing to kind of piece together, admittedly, because it's like
It's gonna be messy as shit.
I see both perspectives, and actions taken from both sides were, I think, incorrect in many fashions. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's simply what makes it the most difficult is that everybody involved are on-duty officers.
Yeah, that's a
And
real hard one.
felt like everybody was treating the other party as not an officer.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we'll see. I'll have a read through it. We can get Ricky and Davenport to have a go, and we'll all sit down and chat when we can.
All right. Thank you. Good luck.
Please.
You're gonna need it. Trust me.
Yeah, I'm gonna go sit on a mountain.
All right, Rohan.
What's up?
Come here. All right. When it comes to getting on duty out of shift, you can get on duty, but if you're gonna be on duty, it's not gonna be you going on the field. When I get on duty, stay at MRPD, do dispatch essentially.
Yeah.
But don't be going out in the field on like ride-alongs or things with people if you're on duty. Out of shift. Okay?
Oh, yeah. I knew that. I just Odette just kind of took me with her. I thought everything was okay there.
Well, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, she took you with you off duty though, just earlier. No.
Yeah, but she's taken me on duty a couple times.
Okay. Well, what we discussed was that we don't want you on duty out of shift unless you're just like chilling at MRPD doing essentially dispatching. You could dispatch. Yeah. So yeah, I mean even if you become when you when you become a full deputy, you can still dispatch because as long as just not dispatch around, something that plenty of people do often if we need to. But yeah, while you're sitting here at MRPD too, if you're just waiting around to get picked up, feel free to dispatch. You can do that without question, regardless of if you're still considered a dispatcher or not. Officers can still dispatch. Okay, just so you're aware.
Yeah, I can do that. I've got 911 on right now.
Obviously, if you don't have to, but I would suggest it. I think it would be good.
No, one thing I've actually come to learn more just being out there is somebody managing the cards is so valuable for leading a scene.
Oh, it's amazing. That's why I love having Edo with me to be able to manage cards and I can piece things together and whatnot.
Yeah, because especially like when the shift gets a little bit later, and sometimes just people coming on duty that I don't fully recognize the voice off the bat.
Radio check.
So I've led a couple scenes where I'm just not entirely sure who's coming, you know?
Cards go crazy, and that's why cards and call signs. That's why it's always important that you put your call sign in your calls. When you're on radio.
Right. Of course. And I mean, getting on duty outside of the shift is not something I was intentionally doing. I had the understanding that I was not to go anywhere, and it just kind of happened a couple times where Odette jumped in the car, so I assumed everything was fine there. The won't do it anyway. I got you.
Okay, that's it. Keep it up. Keep doing your thing. You're doing good. You're not long for the cadet life.
Thank you.
All right. You guys ready to look through this investigation even more and determine that everybody involved is at fault? And we charge everybody. We're just gonna charge everybody with assault, with attempted murder or government employee. Except Carmine gets 2 because he shot 2 of them, and the other 2 each get 1 each. It's a joke, by the way. I haven't decided anything. Where you guys get your fucking panties in a knot, because God knows you will. Alright. Let's listen to the night interrogation.
Radio check.
Fantastic.
Well, you're a witness. You shouldn't be here. And is Jessica here? Jessica, you can't be here either. And this isn't our intent.
This is the same one we listened to already. Am I dumb? These are the exact same. Oh, this is... Wait, this is extended. What? This has everything together? I don't want everything together. I want everything individual. Why the fuck is everything... What the fuck is this? Okay, so what's this one? What does conjoined recordings mean? Okay, this is the statement recording. This is fucking 36 minutes.
The date is the 17th of June, 2026, 7:11 p.m. Central Standard Time. In the room with me, myself being Sergeant Jonas Slow, the Blaine County Sheriff's Office. Badge number 301 is Director of the Marshals, Brian Knight. LSPD Sergeant Brandy Lynn, and Marshal, unsure of the rank, John Wayne.
Brandy.
Everybody say hello for the recording.
Brandy. Wayne.
So.
John Wayne, badge number 067. There you go.
Okay.
Brandy.
Brian, if you're talking, I can't.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where to kind of start. I'll start by giving some background context. And I'm just going to reference my phone here.
Before we get any further,
Yes.
I assume as the Director of the Marshals, you are aware of your rights, of course.
Of course.
Right,
this is a voluntary interview.
Affirmative, sir. Just
All right.
wanted to caution you.
Hold on,
Either
I'm gonna make a thing out of this. I need to go get a cucumber real quick. I need to see if I have any cucumbers real quick. Give me like 5 minutes, guys. Not even 5 minutes. Give me a couple minutes. Trust me, it's gonna be worth it.
What?
Okay. Unfortunately, I have no cucumbers. So we'll just have to do this.
Yep.
Normally.
All right, let's start talking. What happened today?
So before we get to what happened today, I think context is going to be rather important. So first and foremost, I want to freely give access to my text communications in the last week, as well as phone records for the last week between only myself and Carmine Costello.
I wanted to put cucumbers on my eyes like I'm in a spa.
Now, hold on a second. I actually may not be impartial to this situation. I also gave a voluntary interview to Carmine earlier today. I believe the questions were pointed at you, Brandy. You should probably, just for posterity's sake, be the one asking and answering here.
Okay. Brandy, you want me? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I would need a cucumber to get cucumber slices.
Context then, Brian.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So it may have been yesterday. It's hard to say. Oh, it would have been yesterday. That's right.
Radio check?
Disregard shots, local was stepping outside. We need to turn my PD.
Brother!
So we can double check. I don't see EM.
I know this
Fucking
because
jump scare, dude.
I finally had a chance to take a break after, the dozens of hours I put on duty. Took 2 days off, and I got back, and I was just getting called and texted by Mr. Costello. Now, keep in mind that this is the day I found out that my observatory had been, set ablaze 2 days after the courthouse in the same vein. So I've been knee-deep in dealing with a lot. So prioritizing Carmine was not at the forefront of my mind. Now, after that, I got this text message from Carmine, and I'll read it out to you. It said, where is it? Hello, this is Carmine of the ODPD. I have an important matter that I must talk to you about. Time is the essence, Director Knight. And then he sent me a photo of someone wearing like a trench coat with a bunch of children inside the trench coat. I don't really know what it means. And it reads, need some deductions. Happy tax day. I'm not sure what that is. And then he texted me again. Hey, it's me again. Really need to talk to you, dude. And I texted back, next time you want to chat, try doing so when we're not in the middle of a manhunt. This will be the third time you've tried to interject yourself in the middle of a situation. If you need to speak, we can do so at a scheduled time after Tsunami. Thirdly, asking me vaguely to come in for a voluntary interview or else is not the way to approach anyone. I'm available at 5 p.m. Eastern. Does that time work for you? Also, I need more details as to what this is in regards to. Finally, what is the message you have posted on the announcements? So to give you some context, Carmine has been rather persistent, coming to us, like finding myself, finding Blunt, etc., for whatever, for God knows what reason, right? Because there's never any context that comes with it. It's very vague statements of we need to talk or whatever. But these things have been happening in the middle of operations. The last time this happened, I believe was like 2 weeks ago. We were on the Fort Zancudo Bridge. Carmine just rolls up in the middle of an operation with a military helicopter atop. And I remember Blunt saying like, hey, no, he drove up with, who was it? Fucking, he drove up with, who was in the car? What's his name? Denzel. And in the middle of an operation, we had like multiple units on this, start screaming, we need to talk, we need to talk. Why are you ducking my calls? Why are you ducking my calls? And we're like, Carmine, get the fuck out of here. We're doing an operation. We're not trying to blow our cover. He sits around for a good like 5 minutes or so before he leaves off with a bunch of accusatory comments. That was my last interaction prior to Monday that I am recalling. So leading up to this text message that I just got done mentioning, where I'm telling him don't come up to me in the middle of an operation, we were in the midst of looking for Babylonians, or we were in the middle of a chase. When it was some Babylonian related thing. We spent most of the day yesterday on that. But despite all this, I tried to make time for him. At the 5 p.m. juncture, I believe we had someone in custody. I'm trying to recall the particulars, but I'd have to take a look at the report. We arrested yesterday, I think, something like 4 separate Babylonians.
Nancy would have been first, I think.
It may have been Nancy, yeah. And so between processing and this, that, and the third, it, I wasn't available at 5 p.m. And quite frankly, once again, that situation is significantly more urgent and over a vague voluntary interview that I have been given zero context on. and hence, hey, fucking schedule a time or whatever. Well, that had happened previous, right? He interjected. We agreed on 5 p.m. Stuff happened. Didn't have time. So, anyways, he responded yesterday with, for record keeping, you were conducting an operation during the time you had allocated for this meeting, in line with the request that I not interject with your in your situations. I respect that and do not interrupt. It's unfortunate that we were unable to speak today. Hopefully tomorrow. And then he sends another little GIF. And I said, yes. I said we weren't. We've been code 4. You can call me and ask if I'm free, Carmine. This operation started at 5:40. Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm remembering now. This was at the end of the debrief. Yes. This was at the end of the debrief in the meeting room at Mission Row PD. And I had waited roughly 30 minutes, after which he was now sort of reneging on the 5:30 time. And because I wasn't able to, he quite frankly had skipped this, I went back to doing Babylonian stuff, which may have been when we dealt with the people, I think it was like Skipper and company, but whatever. At the end of the day, we couldn't meet up yesterday. So then today comes around. And we got done with a situation in the prison where I was shot down. A bit more context. I've been a target of a number of individuals over these cases, including but not limited to me getting shot down at Bolingbrook. After that whole thing was sorted, I had to interrogate a suspect. We got the reports in, and then I needed to speak to one of the suspects, Alfonso Sebastian, on the phone. During the time I am on the phone with Alfonso Sebastian, Carmine followed me. He was pulling his vehicle up next to me. I told Carmine, and I first noticed this when I got down to the beachhead over by the news center. He pulled up next to me and he goes, Director. I'm like, Carmine, let me give you a call back. I'm on the phone with someone. He then would not leave, so I proceeded to drive away. He then began to follow me persistently. And ultimately, he ended up, I don't know, somehow getting shot down or something. I don't really know what happened to him, but it was somewhere on San Andreas Avenue. But he followed me for a good 30 minutes trying to listen into this call and refusing to just leave. I mean, part and parcel, the guy was, in my opinion, stalking my ass and being just absolutely inconsiderate. I then texted him, I'm ready whenever I'm at BCSO. Let me know when you're free. He starts sending me more gifts. And I also said, I'd appreciate if you didn't chase me around the city while I'm on a call or inactive. I'm free now. Carmine, I'm going to grab dinner. We'll call you back in 30. Calling, next appointment, 30 minutes, blah, blah, blah. I'm now at Court Center. So now I'm at Court Center. I have brought Blunt and Springfield with me. They're there for two reasons. The first and foremost is I want them to be present because this is, I'm presuming, Carmine shenanigans. Secondly, I want them present because, once again, there's an active threat on not just my life, but many others. So I'm not going to be by myself with, quite frankly, an individual that if I got rolled up on, I'm not necessarily expecting him to pull his gun out or do what is necessary. Now, what happens next is we wait for Carmine at the Court Center. In fact, we went to the Court Center. We went to his place of business. We asked Maxwell to also join in because she's a member of ODPD High Command. Because if Carmine is going to do shenanigans, she's at least hopefully going to reel him in. We agree to use her office. We wait there for, I don't know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Carmine then arrives, and I begin my recording. Now, you might be wondering, why am I taking a recording? Quite frankly, I don't trust Carmine. I don't know what his intentions are. I don't know what his angle is. I don't know, with everything that I've had to experience with him in the last 48 hours. I'm not going to take any chances. I'm going to take a recording for my sake and for everyone else's sake. I start the recording. He then goes on a tirade about how he is demanding I go into his interrogation room, that we cannot do the interrogation in Maxwell's office, that the only place that his recorder works is in this specific room. And for me, I am just very confused at this point because I came in voluntarily. We've all agreed that it's voluntary. I came to his building, his department's building. I'm sat there ready to have a conversation. The recorder is on. He can ask me whatever question he wishes. But he's sort of all over the place. He says, Springfield, you can't be here. Blunt, you can't be here. Something obstruction. And we're not going to do this here. I'm leaving here. Are you saying you're not doing the interview? He's really like forcing a narrative onto me before I even have an opportunity to say or do anything. And in the same way, I'm sat here. This is my expectation. Like, hey, if people have questions involving a case, I will gladly provide that information. But he doubled down on wanting it to be in the interrogation room. There's a bit of back and forth with Maxwell. She's like, she started by sort of being understanding, like this is kind of ridiculous that he's making us go somewhere else. And there was claims that by Carmine, that we're losing our cool, when, as you'll hear in the recording, that is just simply not the case. Is that if I'm being interviewed, I'm expecting to have some level of like professional decency, right? I myself have never done a voluntary interview where I'm forcing someone in a location. It just didn't jive. So something just completely smelt off from right there. And that's kind of why I was asking those questions, is like, why does it need to be there? Why can we not do it here? Like, what's the problem? My suspicion is that that there was more to it, right? He wanted it in an interrogation room. He wanted it to be some sort of like embarrassing moment. And I'm just making that speculation just because of like the recent court cases, that and the third, or just even to reference his most recent announcement over his own court case where Carmine Costello 49466 announcement, ODP and all public services notice, you know, he goes and actually writes out, none of this is legal, dumb fuck you marshals, eat my ass, you fuckers, right? There is a lot of suspicion by me that I don't know, maybe he holds grudges from, you know, when we investigate him from months ago. And despite the little bit of interactions that we've had with him, I think this felt rather targeted. Now, that's how I felt I'm not saying that is what happened, but that's, you know, what was going through my mind. Ultimately, Carmine ended up leaving that room. The recording was paused. We sat there wondering what to do, and that's when I was like, you know what? Let's just go have the interview. Let's let him have his moment. Then he can start stop pestering us, and we can get back to what we need. The more important things. We then walked into the interrogation room that Carmine was demanding. I immediately turned on the recorder. The reason I turned on that recorder, and I'll get to this, I want you to keep this in the back of your mind, is because I didn't fucking trust him. Maxwell, I think at some level, probably didn't trust him either, which is why she wasn't in that room the second time. Right? I turned on the recorder, I stated my name, and I made it very clear, and I wanted this on recording, is that, number one, all the shit he was saying in that room needs to be... If people say things, right, off recording, you can just make up whatever, right? It doesn't help me, it doesn't help him, it doesn't help anyone else in the room. I made it very clear to him that that room was not acceptable by me for a voluntary interview. The first reason is, and as you will see in the room where the situation took place, there is massive pane glass walls such that anybody can come and just fucking dome you right through the glass window. Secondly, is that there is a very open pathway for any rifle to shoot through it. That is my personal feeling on the matter. Furthermore, that is my prerogative. If I'm giving a voluntary interview, then that is my prerogative. I made that clear. I want to do the interview, just not in here. I literally just got shot. I've gotten threats from this group and that group. These are like recent threats, let alone the bombings that have taken place, let alone the all the stuff on Twitter. I mean, just search my name right now, Brian, right? I mean, the second issue that was brought up and was that the entire room leaks. The walls are made of paper thin. So if we're going to be discussing some matter involving the director of the marshals, that I still, up until now, he has not told me what it is about, then let's pick a venue similar to how we've done here, right? So what I am saying, what he is saying, is not being, available to every party outside of the walls. Because at that point, what value is the interview if the interview is just naturally leaking? He refused to listen to me. He wasn't addressing me. He eventually did, stating, oh, this glass is fine. Oh, I protected it. Oh, this, that, and the third. And, oh, they're not going to pay attention. They're not listening. So I actually screamed out loud. I'm like, hey, who's down there? Who can hear me? And you could hear the voices coming. And even Carmine reacted to those voices. It was just grossly unprofessional. And it just still, to this moment, I do not understand why in a million fucking years he was refusing any alternatives, right? If I had known prior to this, we could have just driven down the street to BCSO like we've done now. Could have driven down to Mission Row PD. We could have went into the courthouse and any location, really. As this argument, and because he was a little bit all over the place, and once again, I think the recording is going to, I'll let you interpret the recording as you wish, obviously, he started demanding that both Blunt and Springfield
shit out of me. What the fuck?
And I said, and I believe they said, like a lot of this kind of jumbled, is that they're here for my safety. We're not going to be walking in and out and to and fro solo dolo. And I have zero trust that that department, who is very good at putting words in other people's mouths, is going to give a shit if a threat outside of their own bubble comes to be. Carmine started to complain that Blunt had his weapon out and Springfield had her weapon out. Mind you, Blunt was facing the door. Springfield, and anyone can attest to this, has typically, when she's in a protective position, will take her gun and have it behind her. Quick access. Carmine started screaming about it. 1 minute, and I found it annoying that this interview could not go on, and there was this problem and this problem. It has to be this way and that way. And mind you, throughout this entire time, Carmine keeps saying, so you're refusing the interview. You're refusing the interview. You're refusing the interview. I was just like, let's get this over with. Look, just put him away, right? Let's fucking do this. Carmine, as Springfield puts her gun away, Blunt puts his gun away, takes out a taser and starts pointing that at Springfield. And Springfield starts yelling, put that fucking taser out of my face. Now, mind you, this taser was not from like a distance that you and I are right now, Brandy, or you and I are, Jonah. He had that taser pressed so close to her face, the taser for no reason. And he just kept screaming at her while there was no gun. The gun was already away. And he's just screaming at her in her face. And Springfield's telling him, put the fucking taser away. And that's when she pulls out a weapon. And I tell her, put it away. And I'm instructing it to both of these parties. Right? And this is fucking chaos. This guy takes his gun without her pointing or anything, and other than having it at her side, starts shooting her right in the face. 1, 2, 3. And I sat there in fucking disbelief that he had shot her. Blunt then takes his gun out and he goes, Carmine, put the gun away. Oh, I missed a bit. I'm sorry. I actually missed a bit here. Let me rewind back. The taser had come out. Springfield did not have a gun out at this stage. She had put it away. He's got the taser out. He's aiming the taser at her face, like pressing up against her face. She's screaming back at him, get the taser out of my face. She then draws a weapon by her side, and Carmine puts the taser down and starts screaming, oh my God, she's holding me up. She's holding me up. and then pulls out a gun and starts shooting her in the face. Now, at no weapon drawn, I want to make this clear. There is no weapon pointing. It is like on her side, right? So it's like drawn in the sense that it's on her side, but not like drawn to the person, right? And he starts blasting her in the face after first claiming he's being held up with no gun being pointed. And then Blunt, at this point, takes out his firearm, aims, and is before he's even able to aim this thing, Carmine starts unloading on him. And I'm sat there in fucking disbelief. What the angle is here, what the expectation is here is insane. He immediately gets on radio and says, arrest them, they tried to shoot me. Or and the exact words, please reference the report, because my memory is not going to be perfect, right? I'm still taken aback by how fucking brain dead this entire situation was. He then starts instructing his own officers to start arresting them, start collecting the evidence. And in my opinion, start trying to hide what he had just done. I'm going to go even further. He started demanding that I give him the recording that I made. He then goes on to start stating that I am obstructing if I don't give him the recording. The entire reason we were in that room to begin with was because that's where his recorder was. So where is his recording that he just magically doesn't have anymore? And thank fucking God I had the forethought to record walking into a Carmine situation. I, as I'm sure you heard, was really pissed. I have two of my marshals shot down by a fucking degenerate. I still don't know why I was brought there. I still do not understand why that dog known as D, who is under the command of Carmine, is demanding I give him the recording. I'm not going to give it to these people. These individuals, how are you going to, how does anyone have any fucking trust for them? There's a bunch of other things that were obviously said in that room. You will very much notice how quickly both Springfield and Blunt, victims of Carmine, were thrown into cuffs and treated like just irrelevant until y'all came. And there was zero attempt that, despite this situation that is happening in front of us, it took an effort to have his weapon removed immediately on the spot. Because if you're coming onto a scene like that, whether it's involving one of my marshals or like any two law enforcement agencies where there's a conflict, you take all the weapons, you get the goddamn evidence, right? You collect it then. You don't just start pointing fingers at who did right or wrong, right? I was present there. I saw what happened. This is, I don't know. It's, but anyways, I'm sorry I was so expansive in everything that I said, but it's just, this whole thing is just fucking insane.
No worries, sir. It's a statement. You're allowed to state whatever you'd like for the record.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you have anything else to add, I can end the recording when you're ready.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I'm going to be ending the recording. It is 7:43 p.m. Central Standard Time on the 17th of June, 2026.
Do you have any questions for me, guys? Feel free to ask anything.
I mean, if it's just the statement, everything you said seems to be clearly laid out. I don't have any questions. You iterated that, her gun was not drawn. It was pulled out, but to her side, not drawn on him. When he
Yes.
started to scream, she's holding me up, correct?
Correct. Both Blunt and Springfield, from the very beginning of the recording, had their weapons for my protection as my security detail, not drawn at him. Springfield, to the extent of, had the weapon behind her back, in almost what some people call a parade stance.
Like I know what you're talking about. I see her in that position all the time.
Yeah. And so this random threat was just sort of just like concocted. And I don't know. I really, it really makes me wonder if that's the reason he wanted those two out to begin with, because he had a different plan with me for whatever vengeance I think he wanted to do some weird shit with me in that, and I don't say that with a capital W, just to be clear for the recording, but like a lower case, like Carmine weird thing with me and him in the room, and that this was his plan B. Because I don't think he's getting the attention that he thinks he deserves. And I think this is him just sort of, I don't know what the fuck he wants, but it's some Carmine shit. I mean, I don't know how else to put it.
Hey, Firm. I think that's the only thing I wanted to re-clarify, but you had already said that in your statement. So I think that's everything from, if that's everything from your POV.
One question is the quote unquote parade stance, I believe was the term used. Is that kind of normative behavior for marshals or other law enforcement officers to unholster their weapon without intent to use it?
I do it. Well, no, it's like a ready stance, right?
Yeah, Springfield does that a lot.
So she was preparing to use her firearm. She initially drew it into the parade stance.
Correct. It's a Springfield when she is doing any security,
Like
whether
this or
no, not that one.
She had it out of her holster, correct?
Correct. Yeah. It is the same stance she will use. Some of us will
like
use
this, with their,
like
her
that.
gun in the
Yeah,
back.
that one right there.
I've seen her like that
Yeah.
several times with
Yeah.
her hands behind her back with her pistol drawn.
It's the.
Would you construe that as a threat of a civilian use that move on you in the street?
No, because it is used in the, in every government event. Some officers do that during the mayoral.
We can't look at this like civilians.
Like the mayoral results.
We can't.
Right?
We simply can't. It is not civilians.
Just as
It's
we
two
would hold
on-duty
any other
officers.
weapon in case a threat does present itself. Right.
All right. Well, that's every question I had. Brandy, you suffice.
A Firm, Jean,
Okay.
you suffice.
I'm zero observer.
Alrighty. I'm going to go ahead and turn the recording off now at 7:47 p.m.
Okay, so that's the night interrogation. Not interrogation, but interview. I don't know what these guys' interviews have anything to do with it. So this one is all of these ones above in one. Let's see Springfield's POV.
Introduce Lindsay to CIBC.
CIBC ad. CIBC ad! This needs to get uploaded to YouTube, otherwise it's going to expire in like 30 days.
Okay.
This is a recording device that is now on. I am Sergeant V. Gray with the LSPD, badge number 225. Today in this room I have with me Deputy Octo. Please introduce yourself.
Correct. Deputy Octo, BCSO. Full name is Octavius Scarpetta, badge number 338. I'm here on behalf of the BCSO as a witness to the statement taken between the following Marshall and Gravy.
And the marshal I have in the room is Miss Jessica Springfield. Please introduce yourself.
Jessica Springfield, Marshall Otoo, state ID 13900, also known as JC.
JC. Today is June
when?
17th, and it is about 22:09 EST, which is 10:09 EST PM. Today I'm here to speak about an incident. Before that, I would like to advise Ms. Springfield of her rights: the right to remain silent. I think she says can will be used against her in court of law, and the right to an attorney, if available, will be provided to by the state, if so choosing.
If available.
If available.
Oh yeah.
You understand these rights? Sorry, this is like my fourth one today.
I do. Also, I want to make a note for my own record. It is 0209 GMT on June 18th.
Okay. That is the ISO compliance time, for anyone wondering on the recording.
Yeah, because our MDT records in that.
True. With the rights in mind, would you still like to speak to me today, Miss Springfield?
For now, yes.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to be asking any questions. I just want an account and retelling of the incident that happened today at Court Center with ODPD. The report number is 49582, which I am referencing. Our outlook of what we got is that an ODPD High Command member shot down 2 marshals, and you were one of the marshals that was shot down. I would like a retelling of what you can remember of the situation.
I'll do my best, considering I was shot twice in the head. I've been medically cleared, but it's all it happened just a bit ago. I, as one of the Marshal Command members, typically one of my primary duties is personal protection for Director Brian Knight. It's a duty I take extremely seriously, and it's one of my priorities. Director Knight advised me he was going to a meeting at, the Court Center?
Yeah, Court Center.
To meet with Carmine Costello. Supposedly it was a voluntary meetup to have a discussion or like an interview. So myself and Blunt and Director Knight headed to the Court Center. We arrived, we entered. This is just a thing to note because it was pointed out at some point. Whenever we're out in public with the director and I'm doing my bodyguard duties, I typically have my firearm out. I typically hide it behind my back to try and reduce the fear involved. Sorry, I'm muting my phone real quick. Like I said, I usually walk with it or keep it behind my back to reduce any public, alarm, but it's always at the ready. I've been involved in multiple instances where I've had to make immediate intervention action to save the director. Do you mind if I put this on pause for a moment? The director is trying to call me right now. He probably wants to check on my health.
Yeah, that's fine. I will be pausing the recording so briefly.
Hi, Director. Sorry they were getting my statement right now.
I'm sitting here listening and talking about roasted broccoli for KCIP. Hey man, I appreciate it. I'm gonna skip ahead in this until they start talking again.
It's on the way to just be on standby, but
Okay.
I have been officially suspended.
Oh, okay. Springfield's been suspended.
So he's going to take my stuff and suspend me.
Okay, fair enough. This should move fast. It should move fast enough, and it shouldn't be too late. And I hope that you don't take any offense to it. It's just procedural things and just trying to do everything by the book. That way, there's no wiggle room when this eventually goes to the court, right?
Yeah.
So I don't want them to get off on technicalities. Okay, let me put the recording device down again.
Well, he said he has to wait until he gets here so
sure.
he can.
Okay,
Just
so the
so there's
recording
a
still has not
marshal
restarted. This is
representative
why
present.
you gotta do the edits.
All.
Recording is not active yet. Please hold.
Yeah,
Okay.
completely understandable.
He's here to suspend me.
The recording is about to start again, I think.
I'm gonna restart the recording night just
Okay.
because we pause it. I'm just gonna scrap that last one. I don't really plan on asking questions. I will, we can decide after. We have your statement, as you know already, so I'm gonna take it to whoever's leading this up and see what they want, and then we'll go from there. So I'm just gonna kind of let her talk and get her retelling of what happened. Okay, I'm gonna put the recording device down.
Yeah.
I'm Sergeant V. Gray with the LSPD, badge number 225. Today I have an interview with Marshal Jessica Springfield, and inside this room I have Marshal Director Brian Knight and Deputy Octo here as well inside the room. Director Knight, could you please introduce yourself for the recording?
Yeah, I'm going to be Director Brian Knight, call sign 0495, San Andreas State Marshals. The extent of me being here is for administrative reasons. I'll not be partaking in any answering or whatever for this recording.
Thank you. Octo, could you introduce yourself?
Of course. Deputy Octo, full name Octavius Scarpetta, part of the BCSO, badge 338.
Okay, and Marshal Springfield, can you please introduce yourself?
Jessica Springfield, state ID 13900, San Andreas State Marshals 020, also known as JC.
Wonderful. The time of this recording is June 17th, 2026 at about 22:20 p.m. EST. And Marshal Springfield, I'm just going to read your rights for the recording's sake. At this time, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, will be provided to you free of charge by the state if available. Do you understand these rights? I've read them to you, Ms. Springfield.
I do understand.
Okay.
Also making a notation that it is June 18th, 0220 GMT.
Thank you. Thank you. With your rights in mind, do you still wish to speak to us?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to speak to you today about the shooting that happened at the Court Center, aka Ocean Drive Police Department, between a high command member and two marshals. It is from my understanding that you were one of the marshals that was involved in the shooting. And I'm here to get a retelling of the situation from your perspective.
Oh, should I start from the beginning?
Yes, please.
Round two.
Okay. So as a marshal, one of the marshal command members, one of my priority tasks and duties is personal protection of Brian Knight, the director, which is difficult at times. But the director has been the target of multiple state actors and domestic terrorists who have tried to take his life. I typically wander around. It is pretty common knowledge that people see me walking around with my hands behind my back. That's generally because I have a firearm at the ready behind me. I do so, I keep my firearm behind my back because it reduces alarm from the general public. But occasionally locals see it and they call it in all the time. In fact, I get status checks for it pretty constantly, which is good. People are checking on me. But the director, as I said, has been targeted multiple times, including today, and pretty much every day almost for the last couple of months. And I consider it one of my top priorities. Earlier, after coming on shift, the director advised me that he was going to a meeting at the court center. And I wanted to tag along, for personal protection reasons. Although at first I think he was a little hesitant, but he let me go. Which is great, makes my life easier. He was going up there to meet Carmine. We arrived at the court center, and as we walked through the plaza, same thing. I walk with my firearm out behind my back, as usual, because we're out in public. Nobody really gives any mind. We go into the lobby. We meet with some, I guess it was like an administrative staff or like a janitor or something. And I don't know, I can't tell. They all wear like blue uniform shirts or something. But we told me we're there to meet with Carmine. Something about like a conversation, a meeting they wanted to have to discuss something. And so he brings us upstairs in this crazy maze of a building. The ODP headquarters, from what I understand, the police department. So we go upstairs and they show us an office that we could have the meeting in, but we immediately point out the safety concerns. This office has giant windows facing outside, which for anyone in personal protection agency can tell you that's huge safety concerns, which we bring up, they acknowledge, and we're brought to a different room, a different office, and like purple walls or something. No windows, perfect. 2 doors, wide open spaces, lots of open areas to make ready, have cover. It seemed pretty reasonable. So they were like, cool, we'll let Carmine know you're here. After a bit, Carmine arrived in the room and said that he wanted to go to a different room because that's where his recording is, or something. A recording device or something? And the director was like, hey, I have a recording device right here, and turned it on. And Carmine was just adamant, no, we can't do it in here. We have to go to this other room. We have to leave this. And we're like, what? Why? Why can't we do it right here? We just want to have a meeting. So as a personal protection officer, in my duties, my alarm bells are already going off. We finally give in. At one point, we're starting to leave, and they show us the room, and it's that first room that we had already determined was unsafe, with the big windows. Not safe at all. And we voiced it. But Carmine was adamant. It has to be this room. Red flags everywhere. My alarm bells are screaming at this point. So the director's just approves it. He goes, you know what? We'll go in there. I can't make any challenge to it. I just have to kind of go with the flow. At least he's not running around at 50 miles an hour on his phone. It's a lot easier to protect him this way.
Valid.
The director takes a seat. I take position at the window to block line of sight from the window to the director. And Carmine's directly behind me and seated. So it's like in order, it's window, me, Carmine, table, director. And Blunt positions by the door. Blunt has his class 2 out. And I guess Carmine notices that. As usual, most people don't notice my gun out, even though I had it behind my back still. But Carmine locks in on Blunt's class 2. You need to put that gun away. And we're both adamant, like, hey, this is for personal protection of the director. The director okays it, says, hey guys, it's okay for now, go ahead and put it away. So Blunt holsters his gun, I holster mine. And then at that point, I'm sorry, it's, again, got shot in the head twice, so I'm still kind of... Carmine at some point starts saying, well, you need to leave now. He just starts directing me and, like, Blunt and I to me to leave. And he tells me I have to leave. And I said, I'm not leaving. I'm here for the security of the director. And he says something along the lines of, you're obstructing justice. Which didn't make any sense because no one there was under detainment. We
Thank you,
were here for a
Springfield.
meeting. It's a public government building. It makes no sense. There's nothing here. I told him I'm not leaving. I'm not stepping away from the director. I'm his personal protection. I didn't verbalize I was his personal protection, but I did outright say I'm not leaving. And he jumps up out of his seat and says, you're under arrest, and draws his taser. In immediate self-defense at having somebody draw a taser at me, I draw my firearm. My handgun, the one I normally have. And I raise it up at the ready. And I tell him, put the taser down.
Jump fucking scare, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. Arctic Fox ad. What the fuck, dude? Fucking shit. Holy mother of God. This is why you gotta have these fucking interrogations on YouTube. Holy fucking Christ. I actually just shit myself, dude. Holy fuck.
You are not gonna put that away. Put the taser away. He holsters his taser. I holster my firearm. He then immediately draws his firearm, puts it at my head, and starts shooting. I can remember his sheer panic. I believe I drew my gun and fired, but I'm not sure. I was told I was GSR positive. So I'm sure I got at least one shot off, but I don't remember it. I remember being on the ground and I hit my panic alarm. And then I remember somebody grabbing my hands and putting me in handcuffs or tying me up or something. And they started to put handcuffs on me and I slammed my panic alarm again. Then I started getting drug around out of the room and I hit my panic alarm again. And I don't remember anything else from then. I woke up in a hospital room, handcuffed to a bed with 2 gunshot wounds in my head. I had paperwork from the trauma center, which I provided to Gravy. The trauma doctors documented that I was shot twice in the head.
Oh, man, all you guys are playing Palia. What the hell?
Undeniably. From a heavy pistol. And here we are.
Here we are. Thank you. Thank you, Marshall Springfield. I just have one question. That's all. Carmine pointed a taser at you first when he told you you were under arrest. Is that what you mentioned in your statement? Is that correct?
He drew his taser.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest with you, it was so in my face that I'm not even sure he pointed it at me. I can't 100% be certain.
Oh, son, what the
I
fuck
saw
is
the gun,
that?
the taser in his hand, and then him saying, "Turn around, you're under arrest," which made no sense because the charge he was trying to claim didn't apply at all. And my personal protection instincts was that they were trying to make Director Knight more vulnerable. He focused on me while he knows the other person in the room has a class 2. But he wanted to get me away from that window. That's all my brain was telling me. He wants you away from that window. He wants the director exposed. I was his focus. It made no sense.
Yeah, okay.
I wasn't going to let the director get shot or kidnapped again.
No, I understand from
She's
your
onto
point of view.
something here.
I don't have anything further.
She's
there's
onto something
anything
there.
that you want to add on to this? Now's the time. If not, I'm going to end the recording. Okay, I'm going to end the recording now.
All right, recording's over. So okay. So based on the evidence here, right? Can I open this? Can't. Okay. So this would be one of them. This is Carmine. This is Springfield. So then this. Oh, fuck. Then this has to be Blunt. Yeah. Again. So. There's the door. And then here is... There's evidence missing here. Whoever took pictures of the scene did a dog shit job. Can't lie. Nobody actually took a picture of, like, the scene itself. They just took a picture of, like... Okay. I'm understanding how this looks now. Hold on. Okay, so there's the window on the left there. Okay. So, Springfield's here. Based off that picture, I'm assuming Knight would have been sitting at the chair, like, right here. The table runs across right here in the middle, from left to right. Springfield would have been almost behind Knight. Essentially blocking it from the window behind him. Blunt was over here at the door. Carmine didn't give a fuck about Blunt. but did give a fuck about Springfield, comes around the table to arrest her. He points taser, she points gun, or she pulls gun. He points taser, she pulls gun. He backs down, steps back, pulls gun, shoots her. Turns, shoots blunt. Bang bang. He goes, bang bang, bang bang. Oh, my extension got approved. Okay, so she has, I'll give her that. She's got a good fucking instinct. Clear prop. I need to extend this fucking, I need to extend Cole Turner's thing real quick. Hold on, guys. Multitasking. 21032. How many hours is... We're extending it to Friday morning. That's going to be another 24 hours? I'm assuming it'll be another 24 hours. No bail hearing tonight. Slash hold alter. That. My worst case scenario. I'll just release him early if I put too much on. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna sit back down. She's got a good instinct on that front that maybe he was trying to open her up to the window in the back. Open Knight up to the window behind him. And that's why she was focusing on him. I don't know what the fuck these interviews have to do with anything. They weren't inside. Why were they interviewed? Because they were first on scene, maybe? Okay, so we listen to this. We listen to this. Conjoined recordings. What the fuck does conjoined recordings mean? I hate titles like this. This doesn't make sense. So this is...
The date is the 17th of June, 2026, 7:11 p.m. Central Standard Time. In the room with me.
This is 36 minutes. How long is this? I don't want to waste time and listen to it. This is 12 minutes. What the fuck is this?
You're a witness. You shouldn't be here. And is Jessica here? Jessica, you can't be here either. And this isn't our interrogation room. This isn't our...
Brian Knight voluntary interview at ODPD parts 1 and 2 extended. And this is from Brian. So this, what is this one then? This one's 10 minutes. So okay, so this one's extended.
Our interrogation room.
Okay, this is the extended version, guys.
Wait, I
we
thought
probably shouldn't do it here.
is this not a voluntary interview?
Okay, we got the
it's a
extended. We got the extended
voluntary
version,
interview. We do
guys.
our interviews in the interrogation rooms.
This is fun.
I'm sorry, it's not called a.
I think he likes my chair.
interview
Yeah,
room.
it's a nice chair.
Yeah. It was important.
I have my recording device set up in that room, so we need to go to that room directly.
Oh, it's fine. You can place it right here.
No, that's not my recording device. I'm the one conducting the interview.
It is July 17th,
What the
2020.
fuck does Ember want? I'm busy, Ember. Is it important?
Oh, I was wondering if the bail hearing's still happening.
No, it's happening tomorrow. It's been pushed back.
Pushed back, okay. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
26 at 7:38 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Director, are we going to do this interview or not?
I'm going to be Director Brian Knight, call sign 0495, here with Carmine Costello for a voluntary
If
interview.
you're going to say no, just say no. I don't know what these theatrics are about.
No, I'm ready,
Either
Carmine.
we do
Let's
this,
start.
listen, either we do this interview or we don't. It's fine.
Yeah, let's do it. Have a seat.
Okay, then let's go to the designated room, the interrogation room. Let's take a seat. And
Wait,
let's
is
get
this
to
an
it.
interrogation or a voluntary
No,
interview?
did I say it was an interrogation?
Wait, why can't we do it here?
So
Because I have my recording device.
he
set up in that room.
reiterates.
We have one. You can set it up right here. There's a computer.
Listen,
Hold on a
director,
second.
director.
I just heard like, oh, super huge bang. 1 second. Oh shit! 1 second, guys. I need to make sure my basement doesn't flood again. There's a. Hey guys, if I disappear all of a sudden, it's because I lost power, which would really fucking suck right now. I can't lie. It sounds like there's a pretty big thunderstorm rolling through.
If you want to say no, just say no. We can move on.
I'd
I'll move
like
on.
to do the interview right here,
Okay,
Carmine.
then let's do it in the.
Let's do it right here. Have a
interrogation
seat.
room. Director.
Carmine,
I'm
I've been
gonna
waiting
take-
2
I'm-
hours for this.
You have not been waiting 2 hours for this. Now you're lying
Yeah.
on your own record.
Well-
You're lying
why
on
don't we
your own record.
compromise?
Director.
Well, let's calm down.
compromise.
There
Let's
is
calm
no
down.
compromise. I
Whoa,
waited.
whoa, calm down.
Director,
Calm down.
I am calm. I am calm.
Okay.
You're
Well,
the one who's
why-
not calm. You're the one that called me a hard boy several times. Okay, I am very calm.
Tard boy is
You're the one that's
crazy.
not. You're the one that has been very
Tard boy
belligerent
is
over the phone
crazy.
the last couple of days, and I've been treating you with the utmost professionalism. And now, if listen, just say no if you want to say no.
Why do you want me to
Otherwise-
say no? I'm here, Carmine.
It seems
I
like you
brought
wanna say no.
Springfield and I brought Blunt. I even asked Maxwell to be up here.
Blunt. I know where you get it
Hi.
from now. Okay, it all makes sense. Okay.
Carmine, we're.
Hey, I
do you
see
talk
where
to
I
this?
see where you get it from, dude. I see where you get it from. Like father, like son.
About why
I'm like 30 years older than Brian.
he hasn't even said anything.
Director.
I was born in
I'm gonna
69,
note this down
brother.
as a refusal.
I'm here. I'm not refusing.
You are refusing. I'm gonna go to the interrogation room. I'm gonna wait for you for 5 minutes. If you do not show up, I'm noting it down as a refusal.
Okay, well,
I'm gonna do
please
that
do
right
enter
now.
this recording in as well.
And director, if you have no business here, you do not need to be here. Okay.
I'm here for a voluntary interview, Carmine.
Okay, then I'll see you in that interrogation room, director.
Why are you leaving the room?
I'll be right back.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess we'll pause the recording here at 7:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm very confused.
I'll just note for purposes of one-way window and no threats against.
It is
This is a
July
government building. There is no
17th,
threat present.
2025 at
put your class
7:45
away,
p.m.
Blunt.
Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to be Director Brian Knight,
Blunt, put your
continuing the
class two away.
voluntary interview. Carmine
Blunt.
Casello, I fear for my life being placed in this room where there are exposed windows after I have been shot multiple times this week by active terrorists.
Including today.
Including today, for the safety of my person and for the safety of my person, I am asking that we do this voluntary interview in a more enclosed location.
Blunt, I want you out of this room with that class 2. In fact, I want you out of this building.
Y'all can put the weapons down. Our safety is in the hands of ODPD at this time.
Thank you.
Did you? You're not addressing me, Carmine.
Hold on.
Can
do
we?
you have a,
Can
do
we
you have
do
a
this
defense
interview?
attorney present? Who's your defense attorney? Are either of these people your defense attorney?
Firstly,
Are they here to represent you?
can we do this in a place
Are they
that's
here
safe?
to? Can you? I want to get this interview started.
Yeah, I do too. Can we go to a safe location for this?
I want the interview to start, and I want the relevant parties present. That'd be you, me, and whoever your representative is. Your legal representative, your attorney.
Wait, Carmine, are you saying that my
board-certified
safety
defense
is not a
attorney.
concern?
It's not a concern. I
Huh?
say that you will not get shot in this building, and I'll do everything I can to
There's
ensure
an
it doesn't happen.
there's this open glass panel with a walkway.
It's
and
been reinforced. It's been reinforced.
see, that's
It's
what.
been reinforced.
Okay. Well, I'm not comfortable having this here. Could we do it in a different room?
This is the allocated room. You're safe. You see that? That's my recording device.
It's actually
It's
where
the
we
one I
put
use.
Tyler when he's a bad boy.
Wait,
Okay.
why
that
are
is
there
precisely-
voices coming through the walls?
That is precisely why we're not doing this here.
Wait, how are we gonna do this interrogation when the voices
Is
are
this
coming
your
through the
interview?
walls?
Is this
How is
your
this
interview?
reinforced? I can. Hello, guys. Can you hear me down there?
Can you identify yourself, whoever that is,
Are you-
please?
Hey, guys.
Blunt,
Hey.
Blunt and
Why-
Jessica, I'd like it if you leave
Hey.
the room right now.
Okay, Carmine,
Springfield,
I'm not comfortable.
Springfield,
I'm not.
I am trying to conduct police work, and you're preventing me from doing my police work.
Well, so
I'm
firstly,
demanding you leave the room now.
they're here for me. Secondly, I don't have any context of what this is about.
Okay.
Thirdly,
Are you here
this is
willingly?
now the second
Are
time
you
I've.
here Director, are you here willingly?
I am not comfortable doing it here. Yes.
Are you here willingly? Yes or no?
Yes, I'm here willingly.
Okay. You're
Why
not
would
here
I?
against
How
your
would
will.
I?
You're here voluntarily. You are present voluntarily.
Correct.
For an interview, correct?
Correct.
And that interview is me doing my police
However,
work.
here's the thing: I'm not going
It's
to
me
be.
doing my police work.
Here-
I'm
here-
investigating a crime. I'm trying to do my police work.
And
Jessica,
you know,
if
good
do
for
not
you.
Leave. I will have you on obstruction.
On excuse me? I'm
You're
going to get charged
preventing
with
me from-
obstruction?
No, not you.
Why
Jessica
would I get
Springfield
charged for
and Blunt.
obstruction? For what?
If you do not leave this room now, or in fact leave this building, you'll be charged with obstruction, the both of you.
Why the building?
I'm not going to leave Carmine.
Okay, well then in that case, I'm arresting you on obstruction of justice. Turn around.
What the hell? For
I am not
what?
turning around.
Are you resisting arrest?
Drop your taser now. Put your taser down. Do not aim that taser at me. Put it away now. I will not accept
What
the
are you,
threat from you,
Carmine? What are you doing?
Okay, now you held me up. You held me up. Now,
Wait, no, she
put your-
didn't.
put your hands up. Do not reach.
If you
why are you shooting her?
Put your gun down.
What the fuck?
You're safe, Director. I killed your assassins. Don't worry.
Why did you just shoot them all?
78 marshals just tried to murder me in an interview with Brian Knight. 2 marshals just tried to kill me after I took
You
the
said I was
court.
safe here.
78's at the court center now. Don't worry, Director. You are safe. You are safe, Director. You're safe, Director. I need units here now. Springfield and Blunt both pulled brandished weapons on me and tried to shoot me. I gunned them both down. I want them in cuffs and treated for their injuries.
For the record,
Director, you're
none of
safe.
that happened.
That is what, Director.
You
are
just
safe.
started shooting her.
Get Blunt
What
in
the
cuffs.
fuck is wrong with you?
Get Blunt in cuffs.
Okay.
They're both being placed under arrest.
Okay.
This is a
Yes,
voluntary
Center.
interview, you dumbass.
It is. You got everything on recording. Thank you. That's evidence, by the way. I'm gonna be seizing that. That is evidence, Director. They committed a crime.
Captain, did you get her in cuffs?
Yeah, she's in cuffs.
Okay. I'll get evidence.
Get EMS stage. The threat has been handled. The director was right. He said that he believed he was gonna be harmed. It looks like it was his own. Looks like the faceless must have infiltrated their ranks.
I'm having trouble.
What does the faceless have anything to do with this?
I don't know, man. Deep state shit. They were.
Brother, you just fucking gunned down 2 cops. Why?
Oh, that was crazy. They're both suspects. They're both going to jail. Both of them are going to jail.
You just shot down.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
No,
Did this
I'm not
situation
fucking
traumatize
okay. You just shot 2 people down, dumbass.
Director, if you want to give a
Are
witness
you-
statement, I'll have one of my officers take that witness statement from you, okay?
Everything's on
Okay.
recording, Carmine.
See, here's what's gonna happen. Jessica Springfield and Blunt are gonna be they're suspects, 95s, okay? We're gonna process them. And the director's a witness. Someone come up here and get a statement from him. I'll throw up the report.
For the recording, I am not reacting in this very moment. And
I'm gonna need
I
that
have
recording, by the
no
way.
idea what the hell this is about, but I am going to be opening up an investigation on Carmine Costello for the attempted murder of 2 members of SASM.
Director, that's fine. The situation's handled. I'm gonna
No,
need the
it's not
recording from you.
fine. I'm going to.
I'm gonna need the recording from you, Director. Are you
Well-
withholding evidence from me of a crime that was committed? The director is fine.
You want this recording after you gun down 2 marshals? Are you retarded?
Legally.
Legally
There's that word
retarded.
again.
That's what I want. That's what I
There's that
thought.
word again. I shot them down legally.
Hey, you
I don't
heard it,
have to
Dina.
explain
You know?
I don't have to explain myself to you. I'm gonna need that.
I'm gonna
recording.
need your
Are you
gun.
withholding evidence? Are you withholding evidence, Director?
No.
That was
Are
so
you
fucking funny.
like?
I'm
Are you
sorry.
saying this?
You
wait,
have
is
your
this-
own recording.
Is this a jurisdictional dispute? Are you utilizing your power as a director?
Are you intimidating me? Are you trying to
Are
intimidate
you
me right now?
ordering me to put my gun down? As
All
a
right.
director of the Marshals.
Here's what we're doing.
Right.
Radio check.
Hold on.
Flores is
Those
on
two
the way.
people
by
are
the way.
Flores,
95,
Rooker,
guys.
Jong.
He's-
Let's get up here.
He's on channel 3. He's on the way. Flores is on the way.
All right.
D, I want you to handle Jessica Springfield. Shields, you handle Blunt. They are both 95. They're suspects. I'll tell you what they're going to be charged with.
Okay.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Hold on.
Why the fuck am I the one that's been stuck with having to deal with this? I shouldn't have woken up. The one day this week that I woke up earlier than I have been. The one day that I woke up earlier than I have been waking up. Okay, so I requested Knight to do an interview. He said he'll do it in 30 minutes. All of this is in text message. He shows up at the court center and says, "Here, I show up here too." I told him to meet me in the interrogation room. He goes in there. Jessica and Blunt follow him in. I requested Jessica and Blunt to leave, at which point they may have had their guns out already. They ignore me. They didn't ignore him. They told him no. They answered him. I asked Blunt why he has a class 2 out. I asked him to put it away. He ignores me. I asked him to leave. He ignores me. Again, he never was ignored. He was denied. He was told no. Knight tells him to put the class 2 away, and he follows that order like a good boy. Oh my. Then I asked Knight who his defense lawyer is. He deflects, I believe. I then demand Blunt and Jessica to leave the room. Knight then talks about safety. I assure him he is safe. It's a police building. I then tell Jessica to leave now. She doesn't acknowledge me again. She does acknowledge him. That's not true. She acknowledges him plain as day and denies him. Says, "No, I'm not leaving." Tell her I'm doing a voluntary interview. Knight acknowledges. I then tell her I can't do the interview because of her. I follow up saying that if she doesn't leave now, I'm going to arrest her for obstruction. I don't know if she ignores me or says no, but she definitely doesn't comply. Then I get up with a taser in her hand, inform her she's being placed under arrest. She says no. And pulls out her gun. I then put up my hands and surrender. Then she puts her gun away. And then me, fearing for my life, her also being a suspect, draw my gun and tell her you are under arrest. She pulls her gun and tries to shoot me, but I gun her down. When she goes down, I look over to Blunt and Knight to see if they are safe. Blunt pulls his gun, and then I gun him down too. I then treat my injuries because I was hit. I believe they both shot me. I looked over at Knight to see if he was safe. He was safe. I then radio in for backup. I notify Unit 78 that I need backup in the interrogation room. I think Knight started crying. What? His mouth was gaped open like he was in shock. I think he said, "Oh my god." I walk up to him and I comfort him saying, "Are you okay? You're safe now. They can't hurt you." I can't recall exactly what he says. Then units arrive. I want to see what these other interviews have because because I don't see how these other interviews will be able to provide really anything of value, but we're gonna see. We might get jump scared again.
Okay.
Warning,
I am
warning,
popping
warning.
This down and turning it on. This is a recording
We might get jump
device.
scared again.
By
ads.
Flores, just so you're aware of your rights. The rights to remain silent. Right to an attorney, yeah.
Yeah, I am aware of my right to remain silent. I am aware that anything I say or do can and will be used against me in the court of law.
Okay.
I am also aware that I have a right to an attorney, and that if I cannot afford one, one will be appointed to me by the state of San Andreas, if available. And with these rights in mind, I do wish to continue speaking to you without my lawyer present.
Okay. This is regarding an incident that just happened.
What's the date?
It's going to be June 17th, 2026, at 8:25 p.m. EST. This incident happened probably about 25 minutes ago. It's going to be report number 49582. And I am here
Don't be a
taking a
bad guy.
statement from you.
I don't give a fuck. I've already said no to Brett. He already hates me.
Regarding a situation where 2 marshals were shot down by no ODPD officer.
Yep.
Okay. Whatever you feel like saying, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so over the past several days and perhaps even weeks at this point, Director Brian Knight, call sign 495, of the San Andreas State Marshals was making myself and other members of the department aware that Carmine Costello was hounding the fuck out of him, to put it in my own words. But essentially the messaging from Brian was that Carmine was haggling the director in the name of some investigation that Carmine always seemed to ask Brian about at very inopportune times. You know, whether we would be on an active manhunt for Babylonians that are alleged treasonous, or if we were operating against enemies of the state like the Faceless. According to Knight, Carmine always seemed to just pop up out of the woodwork and pester and annoy and hound Knight, kind of insinuating that his inability to speak with him in that present moment is somehow either negligence or maliciously Knight trying to avoid Carmine. I mean, my assessment of that is that anyone with a brain can see that the director of the Marshals, regardless of who it is, would be very fucking busy with everything plaguing the state at the moment. And my assessment of Carmine's behavior as an LEO myself was that it was very unprofessional at best and fucking dog shit at worst. This behavior, according to Knight and what he told us, has continued on, like I said, for days and even weeks at this point. You know, Carmine just nagging. Knight actually trying to make a concerted effort to speak with him, trying to schedule things, you know, actually set like a date and time, perhaps when, you know, the Faceless or New Babylon aren't threatening the state. Fast forward to today, a bunch of us were at the Marshal's office in Davis, next to the courthouse. Brian made all of us aware that Knight was going to go to a voluntary interview with Carmine Costello at the court center in the ODPD office, accompanied by 2 other marshals. That would be Marshal Mike Blunt and Marshal Jessica Springfield. It was something that Knight had tried to set up for a while. We were busy, I believe, earlier today with Babylon-related items. And from my point of view, they had finally scheduled something once Carmine had calmed down enough to, you know, act with some semblance of professionalism. But anywho, from here on out, I'll try to keep my personal opinion more out of it and just stick to the facts. But yeah, so Knight scheduled it. He brought 2 marshals with him. You know, it was a voluntary interview. It was not under any sort of detainment. Knight and the 2 others that I named went from Davis, they drove up to the court center. The rest of us were all still inside, just, going over evidence, working on other cases, etc. When all of a sudden we receive emergency dispatch alerts that Blunt and Springfield had been incapacitated. So I immediately mustered everyone in the office. We all got in vehicles and we raced up. I called via 311 that units were going to be on channel 19 to respond to this. We gathered a bunch of units, and again, in this present moment, we did not know what the threat was, how extensive the threat was. So we, alongside units from LSPD and BCSO, arrived at the ODPD offices. I instructed officers tactically to wait outside until we had sufficient units to clear a building of that size. I have been in it before, so I had an understanding of the layout. We all move in expecting, some very close quarters combat sort of engagements if something were to pop off. I instruct units to clear the various rooms to ensure the safety of everyone in the building. We make our way up some flights of stairs and through hallways. Eventually, we get to the room within the ODPD that contains all the cubicles. And when I ran in, I was at the front of the pack. And what I witnessed is Jessica Springfield and Mike Blunt incapacitated on the ground. Carmine is standing over them, I believe still with his weapon out, screaming incessantly about them being 95s, which, for layman's terms is a suspect, and just howling for anyone to hear. Knight is still there. He is, as far as I can tell in the moment, unharmed. He is yelling something along the lines of, "Why did you shoot them? Why did you shoot them?" Officer D. Link of the ODPD then gets pretty close to Brian, not quite in his face, but gets pretty close, and starts telling him to back up, back up. Things get a little heated between them two. LSPD comes in, starts to calm them down. What happened then? Maxwell came onto the scene. She's barking orders at ODPD, which I thought was strange, given that we had two other departments there that could have, remediated the issue from a more neutral standpoint. And in spite of that, she is the one trying to control the scene, control the radio channel that people are on, control what officers are doing. She's instructing people to GSR test the two incapacitated marshals. There's an LSPD officer to my right. It was a female with a hat. I don't believe I'm acquainted with her that well.
I don't think this matters.
Name, but
nothing that he's telling us matters here.
She then starts to come to the realization of, well, if everyone's being treated like 95s that's involved in this shooting, why is Carmine standing in the corner on his phone screaming and not being also GSR tested or searched or whatever, or his weapons even seized at minimum? I offer to go with her over to Carmine in order to get a handle on that, letting her lead and her do all the official actions.
We're particularly focused on Carmine.
Just being a body as support. Carmine goes up. He's yelling. He's saying that, he...
Fucking son of a bitch, man! Again, we got by Arctic Fox. Arctic Fox, sponsor me, please. Arctic Fox, sponsor me, please. I'll dye my hair on stream. Arctic Fox. Got 2 Arctic Fox ads while watching fucking Datsuk. Good hair dye. Arctic Fox, sponsor me. I could take a teal hair dye, please. I'll do it on stream. Smile.
The LSPD officer GSR tests him anyway and puts him in cuffs. He's screaming, what have I been... what am I being arrested for? What am I being arrested for? What crime are you charging me with? I suggested to the LSPD officer that, it might be attempted murder of a government employee. She then agreed with that. Carmine starts screaming, "Oh, are you taking control, Flores? Are you taking control of the scene? Are you taking control of the scene?" I relayed to him that I am simply there in a support capacity for this LSPD officer. You know, despite not knowing her, I was more than willing to help her out. Carmine was screaming, "Oh, well, I did it while I was on duty. I did it while I was on duty," as if that somehow absolves him of the actions. I think
That's
he was
important.
just trying to blindly lean on qualified immunity and the case law set by D-Link, funny enough. Whereas, as more seasoned law enforcement officers know, you are not automatically absolved of your sins on duty automatically, right? I said that twice, but
I mean, look at what happened with fucking.
Key asked me to step
yeah,
away.
Bubba J style,
had to
exactly.
Step away from Carmine
Or
and talk to
KO
Key.
style. Carmine
Key
got
instructs
creative.
me that the LSPD and BCSO are going to handle this from here. I wholeheartedly agree at that point. I said, you know what? That's the best course of action. We are going to kind of step out as marshals. We're going to go to the hospital and check on our people, you know, kind of remove ourselves from the equation so that the investigation could be better conducted by those two county departments. As I'm walking out, we
No
are
more
now on
creativity.
Channel 3 because
Don't
Maxwell
comment that.
was insisting that everyone be on the ODPD frequency instead of 19. I hear Maxwell saying that even though her department was involved and that her subordinate was one of the people being investigated for these crimes at this point, that she was going to handle the evidence anyway because, quote, "I am an ass chief of a department, okay, Key?" Key tried to retort and say, you know, this is in the hands of the LSPD now because this involves your department. You really shouldn't be doing this. And to which she just says 10-3, 10-3, 10-3, which in layman's terms is RTO, radio traffic only, but in some cases it is used as basically shut the fuck up, which in my professional opinion as a law enforcement officer, I think that is how she was utilizing it at this point. Myself and the other marshals go to the hospital.
It's just a different form of creativity,
Very clear
Chris.
with everyone
Just
there,
a different form of
including
creativity.
doctors and law enforcement officers, that we are not to be told anything. We are not to get involved. We are simply there to check on our people. Marshal Rooker and I go into the ICU to check on Blunt in Springfield. We are then informed that they are officially under PD custody and would not be permitted any visitors. At that point, we voluntarily step out and we get in our cars and we come here. While I'm leaving, I'm still on the radio, the ODPD radio, Channel 3. I am continuing to hear Maxwell ask officers to document things within her own department, which, again, raises several eyebrows and red flags, frankly, that the department of which someone who discharged their firearm in this incident is from is simultaneously tasked with investigating it. I truly believe that this sentiment will be shared by LEOs across all the other departments. It's, again, in my professional opinion, not something that is usually ever standard practice. I actually think it's bad practice, just to be frank. And again, I'm really trying to keep most of my personal opinion out of this, just trying to give you the facts. But yeah, after that, I turned the frequency off and came in here to conduct this voluntary interview with you. I will pause there. I know that was a lot. If there's any questions or follow-up you may have, I welcome it.
I don't think so. I think the answer is it's a blanket statement of what was there.
It's not a ton of value in that.
And just to be clear, I made that call. Someone asked on the radio if we're letting people visit, and I said no. At this time, they're in PD custody until we figure out what is happening. So,
And again, neither me nor Rooker nor anyone else had any problem with it. It is procedural. It makes
yeah,
complete
I
sense.
just want to let you know, like, as
No,
you're being
100%, I
transparent with
appreciate
me,
that.
I'm being transparent with you.
Yeah, no, thank you for that.
Yeah, I don't have anything
We
to
go
ask.
to
Obviously,
Rooker
like
here
Knight and
next.
Blunt and Springfield and Carmine's statement is what is going to matter the most. But it does give context of why they were up there, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
All right, Rooker's statement.
Okay,
Beware, we're probably
recording
getting jump
device
scared
is
again.
on. I'm Sergeant V. Gray with the LSPD.
Be
badge
ready
number
for rave
225.
break.
Today is Wednesday, June
Prepare.
17th, 2026.
Arctic Fox, sponsor
about
us.
8:41.
Please. I need a sponsor. I'm not
EST.
sponsored by anybody right now.
Today I am with.
Badge number 009, Marshal Catalina Rooker.
You can barely hear her.
And
I'm turning it up, which means the rave break is going to be
Mr.
even
Rooker,
louder.
you're aware of your rights, your Miranda rights, the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in the court of law, and the right to an attorney if you cannot afford one will be provided to you for your charge by the state if available.
I understand.
Okay.
She's
and
so fucking
would you still like to
soft-spoken,
speak
dude.
with me?
Okay.
As you do not have
this
legal
rave break is going to be
representation
loud as fuck,
here
dude.
today.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is a voluntary interview for a situation that just happened about almost an hour ago now. It's going to be report 49582 dealing with two marshals being shot down by an officer of the Ocean Drive Police Department at the court center. And you're here to
Fuck you,
speak on it
Bricks.
today and give me a statement.
Never.
Is that correct?
Never!
Yes, sir.
Okay. The floor is yours. Whatever you want to say about the situation, please feel free.
Okay. I guess I'll just give context from like the very beginning of where it all kind of trickles in. Flores, Blunt, I believe, myself, and then Octo were at the marshal's office. We were working on shit. And then there was a 311 that came in from Brian asking for 52s at the lighthouse. And so we all went there because we were trying to see what was going on. By the time that we got there, it looked like the scene was clear. Brian was still there. And as he was getting out of the water, he was discussing about wanting to try to deal with Carmen because he was said that he was being stalked by them. And then once he kind of dried off a little bit, he made a phone call to who I presume is Carmine, because they talked about meeting up for a voluntary meeting between himself, and he said he was going to deal with Carmine shit, so, you know, 2 and 2 together. And then Mike Blunt. The phone call ended, and they said that they were going to deal with it. We all drove back to the Davis office, and then, you know, all the marshals apart from Blunt and Brian stayed at the office. At some point, Springfield left. We didn't hear her or like notice that she left. And then the alphas came in. There were multiple from Springfield's device. We all kind of rushed there. As soon as we got there, we were originally on Channel 19, then we swapped to Channel 3, where ODPD was on radio, and they seemed very upset as to why we were responding with the urgency and knocking down doors, so to speak, wanting to get inside. They said that the situation was under control, but with 2 marshals gunned down with a 311 that Brian put in, that Carmine gunned down 2 marshals, we were overstepping that no matter what. I went into the little top floor area where the 2 down marshals were, along with the entirety of like ODPD, and then Brian. Brian was exchanging some very heated words with one of the members of ODPD. I can't recall who exactly. But I overheard ODPD tell people to consider the two marshals as suspects and to start full documentation. I did notice during that time that Carmine was just standing off to the side. Nobody was touching him, and just kind of being a shit stirrer as he normally is. And so I asked Flores why Carmine was not being documented or put into cuffs, considering the 311 and the fact that two marshals were shot down. At that point, I told Flores, and so then we went over there, and I believe Officer Mona Keller or LSPD went over there to get his GSR test.
Mona stepped up good.
With Flores also being over there, ODPD lost their shit. Was like, we're in their way, kind of, but Mona said that we weren't. And then after the documentation, there was a lot of radio chatter back and forth, because ODPD was handling and like touching the marshals and trying to get to Carmine, and that's whenever Key stepped in and was like, you know, this is not an ODPD thing to handle. This is an LSPD BCSO situation. You know, if you're a marshal or ODPD, hands off completely.
This shit's fucked, dude.
Which I was fine with. I mean, that's understandable. At that point, I noticed that Blunt was being transported out, so I followed. I assisted with getting the ambulance to CMC, and then I was just with EMS until they were done admitting marshals into the ICU. And then I left and then came here. While I was at CMC, Mike had been admitted. We walked out into the lobby, and then we did notice an ODPD officer still having hands on Springfield, and they said that they were documenting, but we also had BCSO right next to us, and we were like, hey, you know, they should be handling this, and, you know, this is way after the whole ODPD is not supposed to touch. Which, on a normal day, whatever, but we're being respectful. We're not handling any business, and we were like, you shouldn't either. I want to say it was maybe Shields that was the one that
Again,
had
unfortunately, there's nothing much
Springfield.
from this interview
And then it was handed off to
that really helps our decision making in any way, shape, or form.
me.
What it does do
In terms
is
of
outline
what
the
they wanted
misconduct of
to
the
talk about in the
ODPD.
meeting, I don't know. I just know that
Getting so involved in this.
Brian was pissed off, believing that he was being followed by Carmine, and they wanted to have a voluntary meeting. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. And just for transparency, I told Flores this. I made the call that Blunt and Springfield, for right now, for the investigation, are not to have visitors. So
Yeah.
Just a procedure thing.
No, that's understandable.
Okay. Is there anything else that you want to add to this?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. I'm going to be ending the recording. Thank you for talking.
Yeah.
We made it through with no crab rave. Alright. Last one. Octo. This one will probably have a crab rave in it because we didn't get one in the last one.
I'm Sergeant
Although
Vigo
it's
of the
only 8
LSPD,
minutes,
badge
so
number
we'll see.
225. It is Wednesday, June
I turned it down
17th.
because I think Octo's a lot
9
louder than
o'clock,
Rooker is.
9:04 to be exact, Eastern. With me, I have
BCSO Deputy Octavius Scarpetta.
Wanted everyone to have participation trophies.
Batch number 338.
Yeah.
Okay, Octo, and with that in mind, you know your rights. The right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law, and the right to an attorney. If you can't afford one, will be provided to you free of charge by the state if available.
Fully understood.
With that in mind, would you still like to speak to me without legal representation here?
Of course.
Okay. We will be discussing a scene where an ODPD high command member shot down 2 marshals today at the ODPD about an hour ago, like an hour and a half. It's going to be report 49582, and I'm just getting more context from you and what you've seen or anything you know of the situation that led up to this.
Copy that. Okay, so I am at Davis PD alongside Flores and several others. I don't recall exactly who was in the hallway because the moment that I essentially closed my MDT, this was when the 78s happened after 2 marshals, Alpha, one being Springfield, one being Blunt. Flores and I instantly bolted out the doors, grabbed our cars, and headed up towards the court center where the dispatch call was coming from. Over radio, which was channel 19, Flores began to instruct officers that hopped on channel to assess what was happening. The call was made to form up and group up outside on the exterior of the court center, and then to move in unison. He instructed people to have their guns out but not pointed. We were to breach slowly and clear the building to see as to what's going on. During the instructions, this is when Maxwell came on radio and started to try and de-escalate, saying that things were okay and under control. At that point, I remember Flores yelling out at the doors, "There's marshals injured inside. I don't care what's going on. We need to go in and see what's happening." I think the majority of the people on scene agreed and followed Flores. I had then passed Flores due to the fact that there is a double door on the right side, which most people went to, and I saw a staircase. I got to the staircase first. Flores was right behind me, and then we began walking upstairs, eventually taking us to a double door on the second highest floor, I think. And as we stepped in, we saw an office room. The first thing I saw was the back of Brian Knight, because he was standing, I would say, 5-6 steps away from the door with his back turned to the door, talking to the people that were inside the room. In front of Brian Knight, I saw Springfield and Blunt, heavily injured, on the ground and cuffed. Also in the room, I saw the following people from my... So here's the thing. I took a photograph, a selfie of which, just due to the commotion that was happening, there was some loud bickering going between Brian and ODPD back and forth. I didn't want to further escalate things, so
Such a
instead of
funny
grabbing
picture,
a
dude.
camera and photographing the scene, I took a quick selfie with my mobile phone. In the photo, you see the following names. You see Brian Knight, you see D, Carmen Costello, Maxwell, and 2 other ODPD members that I don't know the name of. Maybe Gravy can assist at a later time. In this frame, Flores is to my right-hand side, who had just walked in with me. We're the first ones to enter this room since we got there. Carmine has a class 2 in hand and is talking to Maxwell as D is approaching them. Shortly after, the remaining members of PD kind of came rushing into the room, and a large argument erupted between both D and Brian Knight. Top of the lungs, screaming, throwing insults. Understandably, we don't know what happened at this time. It's just emotions were high, and it kind of escalated. Eventually, the crowd managed to calm them both down and separate them. At this time, I think people started gathering and understanding that the people on the ground were cuffed.
We'll make it a race break, by the way, guys. Just be ready.
Cuffed, so should Carmine. We kind of started to understand that Carmine had shot down the 2 marshals. I still don't know as to what exactly happened, as to why. That's what was the understanding of the room. At that point, Ventura came to me, said, "Okay, let's make sure evidence is collected properly between BCSO and LSPD on scene." I had walked into the office in the far left of the room behind the injured marshals with a flashlight, and I found a bunch of evidence: blood, casings, projectiles. In that room, I also ran into Constance, who is an LSPD PPO. She had taken photos and was in the midst of collecting evidence. I took several photos as well of the evidence that was on the ground.
Again?
And then
Just more Constance was full officer now.
Constance pick up the remaining pieces. I told Ventura this, and then informed my command and high command, including LSPD,
I'm checking.
as well, of the photo that I had taken.
Yeah, what the fuck? It's not a rave ad. It's a French Mazda ad. Okay. That was brief.
At this
It's over
time, I
already.
overheard in the back of the room, Carmine and an LSPD officer.
Constance
I don't
is an
remember the name
officer
of,
now.
but was a female with brown hair.
Yeah, Constance is full officer.
She was trying to
Not a PPO.
GSR test Carmine, to which he refused. Multiple attempts were made, and then she had placed
Beta.
Carmine in cuffs and read him his rights.
I'm
as
sorry, I'm
cuffing
Canadian.
him.
I don't have a choice.
Carmine didn't resist, but started screaming about a bench trial. At this point, I had walked out and made my way towards CMC to go and check the status of both Blunt and Springfield, to where I found Remy. And also Constance was also there at CMC at this time, and another male LSPD member with blonde hair. I don't know who he was. Then we went to the surgery room where we kind of maintained until Key arrived to double check if all things were done appropriately, like GSR testing everybody. After Key had left, things were concluded at CMC. I went to MRPD with a statement to be taken. Now, when I got here at MRPD, there was a large argument taking place between Key and Maxwell in the cells of the MRPD. They were screaming about God knows what. I came in late. I don't know what the context was. But halfway through this argument between Key and Maxwell, a large group of ODPD members, including D, had walked into the hallway and joined the crowd. So I walked out and I went to grab my captain, Tori Slaughter.
We're going to recap
her
every
on
single
what
statement
had
here
happened today.
in a minute.
She was missing a lot of context. After I kind of recapped her, I found Key and Ruby for Tori, and I let them be and then discuss. And I kind of just waited until Tori came back to me for further context than what I told her prior. And after I finished recapping Tori on
10
what I had
seconds.
seen, I came here and found Gravy to give my statement. And that is it. Any questions, Gravy? Holy shit. Sorry for the mouthful, but...
All right, that's...
Yeah. What a shit
no
show.
questions. All right, that's that. Okay. All right, here's what's going to happen. I need to use the washroom. My apologies, guys. It was either I do that now or I suffer for however long this takes longer. It's topical because of the rating. All right. We have a lot to read here. Alex Shields, I was in an active pursuit when Carmine went over the radio and he said there was a 78's call and he needs backup at ODPD. He said there were two marshals that withdrew their firearms and they attempted to shoot him down. What? Evan? I'm going to obliviate this woman? What the fuck is Jonah going on about? Huh? Okay. So attempted to shoot him down, so he shot both of the marshals down. He asked for backup as well as getting EMS up there. I responded. When I got into the interrogation room, the offices outside the interrogation, I saw two marshals down on the ground, and Brian Knight was standing up talking to Carmine. Carmine told me and D that the marshals on the ground are to be treated as 95s since they attempted to gun him down. I saw two marshals down on the ground. They attempted to gun him down. I got on radio and I made sure that EMS was en route. I waited outside ODPD until EMS got there and escorted them into the room. Once EMS was done, they loaded them up and I followed them to CMC to document their belongings. And I was assigned the female marshal, so I followed. I think Polo was grabbing the evidence from the other marshal. I followed them to CMC where I was going to do my GSR from the female marshal, as well as documenting the positions. Key for the LSPD went over radio to LSPD should not be involved in this investigation. This could be led by LSPD. Where's my ball? They informed me how to grab the possessions, like Constance grabbed the female marshal. I told them I was going to document possessions to GSR test, but I got to CMC before the female marshal was checked in. I asked the EMS if she was stable for me to document possessions to GSR test, so I documented all the possessions. She was GSR positive. At that point, I left all the belongings on her and confirmed with Constance that she was going to handle taking all of the evidence off the female marshal. I have the pictures, but I was told to hand them over and not just put them in the report and to give a statement, not to do it myself. Looking back at the evidence I collected, the marshal's name was Jessica Springfield. Who advised you to give a statement and evidence? I think it was Key. Said ODPD should not be handling processing evidence and putting in statements. Maxwell, Knight was here for a voluntary interview with Carmine. He brought blood to Springfield. They, for whatever reason, went into my office. Knight was in my chair. They said they were here for Carmine. They didn't know what it was about. We had for Carmine. Carmine got here and asked him to go to interrogation where the recorder was. And they kind of bickered back and forth about why can't we just do it here? We want to do it here. Carmine asked if they were not wanting to do the interview. Then Carmine said Blood at Springfield could not be there for the interview. I think because of what the questions pertain to. Knight recorded whatever happened in there and is leaving this place with the recording. Eventually, they went into the room where Carmine was. I said I was leaving because it was obviously some immature bullshit. I heard Carmine say, "Why do you have your class 2s out for this questioning?" And then I went outside. Within a few minutes, I heard multiple shots fired. Multiple. Afterwards, there was a phone call. Did you give permission to Blood at Springfield to carry Class 1's firearms and as there are threats against Knight? No. He mentioned something about the reason that he had. I joked and said his bodyguards. I said if Carmine doesn't want them here for questioning, they can stand outside the door. No one ever talked about Class 1 or 2 or brandishing. Also, I want to mention that you might want to reach out to my assistant Tyler. I believe he's the one who escorted them in the building. If you want to reach out to him, see if he has anything to add. He's the one who escorted them into ODPD and into the office. Tyler McDaniels. D-Link. I was in an active pursuit when Captain Costello got on the radio asking for 78s before anyone could say anything on the radio. He said he was trying to interview Director Knight and that Blunt and Springfield had drawn their weapons to hurt him. But he shot them before they could. He went radio silent, and we told him to keep talking to us. He said something along the lines of, I guess the director was right. The Faceless have infiltrated his own department. I mean, they did with McNulty, but regardless. And they went quiet again. Then he said, I want officers on scene to have Springfield and Blunt in cuffs, and we'll go from there. Then I got on scene, and by the time I got here, everyone was also here at that point. Blunt and Springfield were by the desks injured. So people started giving them first aid. I could hear Knight and Carmine arguing in the room. I went over to try and see if I could taper their tempers. Carmine was asking for the recording. Knight was refusing. Carmine was then clarifying that if he was refusing to hand over evidence. Knight didn't really respond. Not saying he did, but Carmine was asking him that question. We had to get them separated. Carmine was saying Knight has the recording. I asked for him to hand it over. Knight said Carmine should have it. Carmine said he didn't. Knight said he would put it in a recording that was accessible by all. After that, he started yelling at me, being disrespectful, calling me all kinds of names. He was calling me a dimwit and a dumb fuck. After that, I tried to get Ruby to take the scene, but Knight was refusing. I don't think it should have been handled by ODPD or Marshals. It should be handled by LSPD or BCSO, given the issue was between ODPD and Marshals. He wasn't willing to yield, but I think he did by the end, though, because Jono was taking his statement. When I was in the meeting room, when Knight and I were going at it, Matt Martin was stating how much he thinks the ODPD is a shit department and all that. Alright, Martin. Alright, Matt. I don't know what I was going to ask. Give me 1 second. Alright, apologies. I don't know why I've been getting so stuffed up as of late. Alright. Tyler McDaniels. I was at the court center when 3 marshals showed up. They said they were here to talk to Carmine, so I led them up to Haley's office, the assistant chief's office. I left them there, and then I went back downstairs. Next thing I know, that one fucking marshal alphaed like 4 times. Most annoying thing I've ever heard. They were very closed-lipped. When we went up, I had asked them if they wanted me to leave the door locked or unlocked. The lady marshal said, well, this is a voluntary interview. It better remain unlocked. I was like, damn, okay, it was just a question, you know? That was it. I wish I had more for you. I'm sorry. Polo. I was standing in the ODPD lobby at the VV gift shop. I heard gunshots. I heard Captain Carmine asking for 78s over the radio. Carmine said that the marshals tried shooting him. Blunt was just outside the interrogation room, incapacitated. When I walked in, Carmine was putting Springfield in cuffs. I noticed Brian Knight in the room, but it didn't seem like he had been shot or injured. I gave Blunt medical treatment immediately. He had no pulse and was bleeding everywhere. I packed his GSWs with gauze and gave him CPR until EMS got on scene. EMS arrived and got him stable. After he was stable, I GSR tested him, documented his positions, and took his weapons. I went down to my car to put the weapons in the trunk and wait for Officer Muir to collect them. Who the fuck Nikki Meadows is, okay. Ventura. Deputy Ventura responded to ODPD HQ following 2 distress calls coming over dispatch from Sasm Springfield and Sasm Blunt. As Ventura arrived, all other members of law enforcement were already on scene. Ventura waited outside for EMS to arrive so that he could help bring them towards the injured officers. Eventually, EMS was brought to the 2 down Sasm marshals, and Ventura stated that someone outside of Sasm and ODPD had to collect evidence from the shooting. Ventura stressed that officers involved from this point forth should preferably be of a separate department to those involved. Ventura was told that Constance was collecting evidence. Ventura Wiston Mona placing Carmine Costello into cuffs and saying that he was currently under arrest for AMGE. Ventura defused the situation and corrected it to the point where Carmine is currently being detained and was going to be brought to MRPD for further questioning after a trip to CMC for medical treatment. Ventura asked where Carmine's weapons were, which he was told they were taken by Haley Maxwell. Ventura instructed someone to get the firearms from Maxwell so that they could be submitted to evidence. Ventura later met with Costello at MRPD along with Keller. Ventura had Costello placed into an interrogation room, for which Ventura conducted an interview with him on recording. Costello was asked for a series of events so that his perspective of the timeline would be known. After the conclusion of Costello's interview, Ventura spoke with LSPD High Command and then Assistant Chief Maxwell, saying that Costello was good to leave but should be suspended pending investigation. Officer Crow responded to a radio call regarding emergency backup from Carmine, where he shot down 2 marshals' officers. Context was unclear. Crow heard Carmine ask for help because 2 marshals attempted to his life with a knife, and he opened fire on them. What? I think this cadet misheard the radio. Arrived on scene, Officer Crow was one of the first that walked into the room and saw Carmine holding a shotgun and 2 marshals shot down and handcuffed. Crow gave first aid to one of the downed marshals, identified as Springfield, where she was in handcuffs with a couple of GSWs. Meanwhile, giving first aid to Springfield, the conversation started escalating between Link and Knight, both getting heated. After the situation calmed down and EMS treated the marshals on the ground, Crow got told by Captain Key to document Springfield's possessions at CMC, but arrived on CMC. Crow got informed that her possessions were already documented by Remy and her weapons received from Octo. Holy fuck, Remy. Ironside responded to 2 emergency alerts from ODPD building from Mike Blunt and Jessica Springfield. Ironside made it upstairs into an office where Springfield and Blunt were laying injured on the floor. Ironside noticed it was marked Blunt had no pulse and an ODPD officer was kneeling over him. Ironside walked over, got down, and stated what's happening. ODPD officer, I packed his wounds. Ironside double-checked and found Blunt had no pulse. Ironside started CPR as the other officer said they packed his wounds. That contradicts what Polo said. Polo said he started CPR. Ironside was able to get a pulse back on Blunt, at which time EMS arrived and Ironside passed off care of Mike Blunt. Ironside moved over to Springfield and checked her pulse, which was tachycardic. I'm surprised that I knew what that word meant. I've been watching a lot of medical shows of late. And then she had multiple GSWs. Remy Ironside monitored Springfield until EMS were able to take over. Ironside supported EMS. They're ready to move out. Ironside proceeded to CMC, where Ironside saw a member of ODPD documenting Springfield's possessions. Ironside offered to disarm Jessica as it had been called across the radio. ODPD was not allowed to do so as they were involved in the situation. Ironside removed an MP5, a revolver, and a knife from Springfield and stayed with her at the hospital. Springfield and Mike were moved to ICU. Ironside asked Octo to remove Springfield's possessions from Ironside, as Ironside and Springfield were significantly close. Ironside wanted to remove the possible biases from the situation. Ironside and Scarpetta spoke in ICU, and Scarpetta said he would take the firearms to MRPD for evidence processing and would be right back. During the time Scarpetta was gone, Springfield awoke very distressed about the ongoing situation. Ironside explained to Springfield briefing about what was happening, at which time Springfield requested a lawyer and that she would only make a statement if she was told to by her command. At which time Ironside began working on those requests. After some time, Ironside uncuffed Springfield as she needed to go for a scan and was compliant. Ironside overwatched as Jessica and then continued as she was moved back to the ICU shortly after Ironside swapped out with Scarpetta and left the hospital. Jonah was in pursuit of a vehicle on frequency 2 when emergency alerts went off. Slow transitioned to frequency 18 and heard nothing. Noticed Marshall's transponders were at the court center. Slow transitioned to 3 and heard Carmine referencing a number of marshals who had been shot down and needed to be placed in cuffs. Carmine went on to ramble somewhat incoherently about faceless assets and something about Brian Knight. Slow alerted units to drop the pursuit and transition to the ODPD frequency and make their way to the center. Arriving on scene, Slow noticed a melange of units of various departments on scene, trying to handle the scene. Slow was approached by Assistant Chief Maxwell and asked to remove the recording from Brian Knight. Slow took a master copy of the recording found above and also removed Brian Knight from the scene for statement taking. Brandy and Slow took a statement on recording once at the BCSO, which is also found above. Constance responded to call from Carmine that 2 marshals pulled weapons and he had to shoot them down. Upon arriving, Constance noticed Carmine was standing over the 2 marshals with a shotgun. Constance started clearing rooms, while then assisted in the first on the down. Constance started clearing rooms while then assisted in first on the downs marshal, who was identified as Mike Blunt. While then assisted on the first down marshal, who was identified as Mike Blunt. Once Marshall was stabilized, Constance went in the meeting room when the shooting occurred and collected evidence. Constance and the assisted EMS with the patient, their vitals weren't very stable. Constance then escorted EMS to CMC and stayed with Marshall Blunt until he was taken to the upper wards and to rest in the ICU. Shortly after, Constance remained MRPD, put evidence in the locker. Jesus Christ, RGB. Okay. Officer Black responded to a shooting at ODPD headquarters. While arriving on scene, Officer Black had heard on Channel 1 that a shooting had taken place at ODPD. Officers and marshals were on scene. While clearing the building, Officer Black found himself on the 2nd floor of the building, while other officers surrounding 2 down individuals that were marshals, 1 cuffed ODPD, that was Carmine. The entire scene was very chaotic as officers, marshals, and EMS were running in and out of the room while shot individuals were being worked on by EMS. While this was going on, multiple officers were asked to leave the scene and return to patrol as the scene started to be controlled. Officer Black walked back out of ODPD and returned to his patrol vehicle while continuing to listen to radio, which at the point would have been Channel 3 ODPD radio. Officer Black was conversing with other officers on scene when he had overheard Assistant Chief Maxwell refuse to give up evidence from the shooting when it was said that all evidence should be handled by uninvolved responding units. Sorry. Due to the conflicting interest between the ODPD and the marshals, Officer Black then helped secure the marshals as he waited for all parties to get treated. After treatment was finished at CMC, Officer Black then accompanied other officers to the MRPD cells for the questioning of Officer Carmine. Yep. Carmine was questioned by Ventura while officers waited outside the hallways. In the hallway, Officer Black and other LSPD officers were discussing statements when Assistant Chief Maxwell started yelling about missing evidence that was yet to be filled by our officers at the time. Maxwell continued to yell and argue that having ODPD give up their evidence and hand over to LSPD degraded it as evidence. Okay. Officer Key then talked to Maxwell and diffused the situation for the time being. Officer Black then continued to write his statement of the event up to that point when observed multiple ODPD officers that were on the original scene walk in and out of the interrogation observation room. Officer Black then had a conversation with his command about ODPD being allowed to be in and out of the interrogation observation room. Nope, I doubled back on myself. Being allowed to observe the interrogation as it was happening and order us how to handle evidence. It was at this point that Captain Key went to tell all ODPD officers that they were being asked to leave the PD as their presence was no longer needed for the investigation. The ODPD officers refused. Key then ordered them to leave, and they refused once again due to them having orders from Maxwell. D then went to talk to Assistant Chief Maxwell in the observation room. Officer Black then went in as well to observe the interrogations as well as a few minutes, and then walked out interrogation to find all LSPD members and ODP members in the hallway talking in a circle. Black then walked and joined the circle to hear a conversation while listening to Assistant Chief Maxwell, then said to Officer Black that why is he walking around shadowing Key? Officer Black led Assistant Chief Maxwell that he could stand and be anywhere he pleases in MRPD. Maxwell began to argue with Officer Black over the earlier words said. What the fuck, guys? What the fuck, man? Holy shit. Oh my god. All of this is useless to us. Officer Ewan Muir responded to 2 officers being shot down at ODPD. Officer Muir saw 311 from Brian Knight stating that Carmine had unloaded on everyone. Officer Muir arrived on scene and stacked units with other officers before making their way inside. Officers were unsure of the situation. Officer Muir and other officers cleared ODPD to make sure everything was safe and under control. Muir made his way to the second floor where both Marshal Blunt and Marshal Springfield were lying incapacitated on the ground. After around 5 to 10 minutes, Officer Muir communicated on radio that he would collect evidence from Officer Polo. Muir made his way down to Polo's vehicle and collected Mike Blunt's weapons from the trunk. Muir then took the weapons to MRPD and checked them for fingerprints. No DNA was on the weapons. After around 20 minutes after documenting the weapons, Muir contacted Officer Polo and asked him to put any photos from the scene in evidence or send them to Muir directly. Polo tried sending the photos to Muir, but the link wasn't showing, so Muir had Polo upload them directly to evidence. Around 20 minutes later, Muir called Polo and asked Polo to meet Muir at MRPD to give a statement as to what happened. Polo informed Muir that there was a traffic stop and will meet him at MRPD after it was complete. Around 5 minutes later, Polo met Muir and they took a statement. Officer Daniels spotted 2 officers down at ODPD. Officer Keller with Keller and French upon arrival. There were several conflicting communications coming from the channels being split. Officer Daniels swapped to 3. It was not immediately clear the situation was okay or still active. Flores made the call that we would enter with guns at the ready but not aimed. Daniels and Muir entered to help clear side rooms at ODPD. Daniels moved to the room with cubicles. After clearing several rooms, Officer Daniels witnessed Marshal Blunt and Springfield on the ground with several GSWs. Daniels provided security to the room. Officer Costello was placed in cuffs by Officer Keller and asked if he needed medical. He explained he was shot. Costello was told he was being detained and moved to MRPD for interrogation. In the hallway, he said he shot both marshals and that we could not move him without him being arrested. As per Alex Suarez case law stating, the conditions under which an officer may transport an individual to a police station are as follows. For an investigative interrogation that can only be performed in a secure location while a suspect is under detainment. Costello was brought to CMC for medical, where he received medical for the gunshot wounds by local doctors. Costello was being brought to MRPD. As Daniels, French, Costello, and Keller were exiting the hospital with Carmine in detainment, ODPDS Chief Maxwell yelled at Officer Keller, "What are you doing? You cannot move Carmine to MRPD without arrest." However, she was explained Suarez versus LSPD says otherwise by Keller. Carmine was loaded into the vehicle and taken to MRPD. Upon arriving at MRPD, Maxwell followed Carmine, Keller, and Daniels and French to the lower motor pool, where she began recording Officer Keller taking Costello into the interrogation room where he was being interrogated. Upon reaching the hallway to the interrogation rooms, Daniels witnessed Maxwell yelling something about evidence and the chain of custody possibly being broken. He tried to de-escalate the situation, stating that evidence was being taken care of and being placed into the evidence lockers. After the situation calmed down, Officer Daniels was standing in the hallway when several other ODPD officers from the original scene entered the hallway. He asked them to leave as an interrogation was being conducted. Officer D refused and stated he would remain unless his assistant chief told him to leave. D then went to the interrogation room to talk with Maxwell. Daniels left with French to continue her final. Keller responded to 2 emergency life alarms. Life alert! Beep, 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 beep. Marshal Springfield and Blunt, ODPD headquarters at the court center. Officer Keller arrived at the location of the incident where she witnessed 2 marshals on the floor with gunshot wounds. Officer Keller overheard Director Brian Knight and Officer... That's a peculiar sort of claim of rank. Haley Maxwell yelling at each other for a significant amount of time. Ow! I just kneecapped myself on my desk. Regarding the 2 marshals being shot by Officer Carmine Costello. Officer Keller then observed multiple ODPD officers, D-Link and Cabun, gathered around Carmine. Keller approached Officer Carmine in an attempt to peacefully place him into cuffs as the primary suspect at the scene. D was asking why Keller was approaching and attempting to detain Carmine. D was told not to interfere and step away by Keller. D continued to sound agitated and was then issued a lawful order to step away, otherwise he would be arrested for obstruction. D stepped away and no further action was taken. Carmine began to state he would not consent to a GSR test at the scene for the purpose of investigation. Oh dear, Carmine! Now, why would you not consent to a GSR test, my good boy? Peculiar! I gotta blow my nose! I don't think it matters. He got GSR tested anyway, but that's very strange for him to not consent. Very strange of him to not consent. For the purpose of this, Keller told Carmine that she would be placing him to handcuffs and did so. Officer Keller read Carmine his rights to the scene before conducting a GSR test. Carmine returned GSR positive and was pat down for weapons. Carmine stated that he had nothing on him, as he was given two firearms to Officer Maxwell after shooting the threats. After being asked if he had anything on him that would harm or injure Officer Keller felt multiple bulges in Carmine's pockets, upon searching revealed a taser, a flashlight, a wrench, an axe, and a PD-issued baton. Keller asked Carmine if he needed medical treatment, to which he replied yes, as he had been shot. He was taken to Crusade Medical Center to receive treatment for his injuries. As Carmine was being moved from Crusade Medical Center to MRPD for questioning, multiple ODPD officers arrived. The rear entrance, Officer Maxwell began to ask why Carmine was in cuffs and why Keller was moving him. Began yelling. Keller told Officer Maxwell to move out of the way. She began to try and physically stop Officer Keller with her body. Now that is obstruction of justice. Officer Keller was able to get Carmine through the back doors as Maxwell continued to shout towards Keller, saying, "You do not tell me what to do. I am your assistant chief." Ugh. I don't like that in one bit. Officer Keller denied this and stated that Officer Viv Gray is her assistant chief. Based Keller! Fucking based Keller! Officer Keller placed Carmine into her police vehicle and moved him towards interrogate. Wait, what? Hold on a second. Officer Keller placed Carmine into her police vehicle.
Texas size 10-4.
And moved him towards interrogation with Deputy Ventura, who was able to lead and question Carmine. Officer Keller remained on standby in case any additional support was needed. Officer Keller. That's a little bit of a. I think there's a confusion there in the sense of. She was not. This is a mistake here. Yeah, that was Giga Chad by Keller. I can't lie. Holy fuck, he. Okay. I gotta blow my nose again. I'm sorry. I'm doing so much talking, and I guess it makes me sniffly. And I hate sounding like this when I'm streaming. It pisses me off. I don't know why I've been sounding like this. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm coming down with something. Maybe I'm sick. Alright. Key attached to a shooting at the court center involving ODPD and the marshals. Upon arrival, Key got... Really? You don't hear it? Okay, well, maybe I'm crazy. What the fuck is Carter Greed? Upon arrival, Key saw a 311 pop-up for Brian Knight stating, "I need SASM up here ASAP." Carmine just unloaded on everyone.
Fluid intake.
Key changed his radio to 19 before cycling back to 3 to listen to the active comms. Outside the court center main building, there were multiple ODPD cars parked alongside officers of all departments with firearms drawn. He entered the court center and attempted to locate where the shop marshals, Blunt, and Springfield were located, and receiving medical. Both marshals were in handcuffs and were in the process of being documented by Alex Shields and Polo Ver. It was the group consensus that BCSO and LSPD should take over the scene and keep both involved departments out of the investigation. Officers and deputies took control of the processing all involved parties, including taking statements from everyone on scene. Marshal Springfield, Blunt, and Officer Costello all had their weapons seized and GSR tested. Blunt and Springfield were taken to CMC to receive medical. Carmine was taken into custody of Mona Keller. Note was made to Captain Key that Carmine wasn't in possession of his firearms and that Maxwell had already removed them from him. He asked Mustard if she could collect Carmine's firearms from Maxwell, as Jenna was already speaking to Maxwell. Maxwell announced over radio to Captain Key that she was the Assistant Chief of Police and that she would be personally delivering the firearms to the evidence locker at MRPD. Key responded over radio, requesting Maxwell to comply for the sake of simplicity and to aid in keeping the situation unbiased and concise. Maxwell responded saying that she was the assistant chief of police, remarking unbiased coming from Alan Key. Afterwards, she told Captain Key to 10-3 over the radio. Key continued with the scene and was informed 10 minutes later by Jenna Muster that Maxwell had handed over both of Carmine's firearms to her, stating that she only did so because it was Jenna. Key drove to CMC and checked in on both marshals in the ICU. Key was informed that blood was taken upstairs for the night whilst Jessica Springfield was receiving treatment and would be potentially available for a statement within the hour. Key made sure to confirm who was processing blood at Springfield. Octo and Mir took charge. Afterwards, Key returned to MRPD to the cells where Maxwell was in the observation room of the interrogation room that Carmine was seated in. Key began speaking to his officers before Maxwell interjected and demanded that Key hand in the evidence from the scene of the shooting into the evidence locker. Key was not in possession of the evidence and informed Maxwell that it was on its way to MRPD. Immediately after Key got clarification from UB York that the evidence was already placed into the evidence locker, Ventura handled the interrogation of Carmine that was recorded. Key asked for all ODP in the waiting area to remain there. They complied, but Link explained that they were there on Assistant Chief Maxwell's orders. He followed up the conversation, make Maxwell aware. He requested that she leave the observation room. Maxwell refused and stated that Key did not have the authority to make such an order. I hate this attitude. Oh, okay, sorry. It's just I don't like this attitude of I can do what I want. You're not my boss. I'm a higher rank than you. I don't like it, and I'm sniffling again. It just sits very unwell with me from Maxwell. Officers concluded the discussion with Carmine. Officers informed Carmine that he is currently under investigation for the scene. Afterwards, officers discussed with Maxwell Carmine's suspension pending investigation. There's a back and forth. Carmine left MRPD without the suspension being confirmed. Jenna informed Key a short time later saying that Maxwell had informed her that Carmine is now suspended. Later during discussion, the chief's office at MRPD, Carmine entered the chief's office during discussions pertaining to the case. He refused to leave after multiple instructions. After a back and forth, he complied and finally left. York was at MRPD when an emergency alerts from two marshals were heard. York ran outside and jumped in a car with Martin and drove to the court center where ODPD office is located. While driving there, York went to the marshal's radio 19, was redirected to radio 3 as ODPD was already on scene. York ran towards the front doors of ODPD and over radio, so there were a lot of voices. Went inside a maze of stairs. Opened a door of one of the office areas. York saw Brian Knight standing in shock. Polo was looking over Blunt. And Crow was looking over Springfield, who was also shot and incapacitated. Carmine was walking around with a shotgun in his hands. Link started arguing with Knight as the marshals were still laying on the ground. D demanded that Knight hand over a recording. Knight refused to give it to ODPD, suggested LSPD BCSO take over as both ODPD and SAS were conflicted. Constance went to a small adjacent room behind Springfield, documented the room, collected evidence from listening to the conversation on radio. It was evident that Carmine had shot the marshals. ODPD removed Carmine's weapons. Mona cuffed Carmine and tested for GSR, which was positive. Blunt and Springfield were taken to CMC for medical by EMS. Carmine argued with York and other officers as to why he was being detained or arrested, and what probable cause did he have to move him based on the sparse case law. York and other officers explained that ODPD was a crime scene. It was also explained that Carmine was GSR positive, had just shot two marshals, was injured and he was injured and should go to CMC. It was determined to move Carmine to MRPD as it was a neutral, safe place to speak to him. Knight was taken to BCSO to be questioned. York stayed at ODPD and overwatched the officers as they left. York did one last sweep of the back room in the office area to see if any evidence may have been left behind, but it was clear when York arrived at MRPD, ODPD officers D, Shields, and Polo said they were doing what their chain of command, Assistant Chief Maxwell, had told them to do, and went to the interrogation area. York advised them not to get involved and to not go in because they had been on scene at ODPD. They refused. Maxwell decided that only she would go into the interrogation room. ODPD officers could wait in the hallways. Maxwell had said, Ruby, please stand there like you usually do and don't talk to me. Maxwell refused to have a conversation with Key about suspending Carmine pending the investigation and said, Key, you don't run my department, so stay in your lane. Ventura was in the interrogation room speaking to Carmine while all the back and forth was happening. Carmine was released to Maxwell, and it was clearly explained by York, Key, and Ventura that Carmine is under investigation for the attempted murder of 2 government employees. Carmine shouted, "Impeach me," over and over and refused to listen. As Carmine was leaving with Maxwell, Knight walked into the hallway and shouting back and forth began. Later, while discussing the active case with deputies, officers, and Chief Rhodes in the chief's office, either Shields or Carmine unlocked the door and Carmine ran in. Carmine was acting all jovial as if he didn't know what room he was in. He refused to leave after being asked to multiple times. Randy gave Carmine a lawful order to leave the room multiple times. Finally, Carmine and Shields left the room. York went to speak to Shields and asked what happened. Shields said that Carmine was running around MRPD. Told Shields to follow him because his belongings needed to be put in a special locker. So he unlocked the door to the chief's office to let Carmine in. We're almost there, guys. Matt Martin responded to 213 Alphas, Springfield and Blunt. It was advised to Lieutenant York that Carmine had just shot them both at ODPD. Martin drove with York to the scene, upon which units getting onto Channel 3, trying to ascertain what had occurred, were met with Assistant Chief of ODPD Maxwell 10-3ing multiple units whom were attempting to process the scene. Units arrived and entered the building, eventually making it to the scene of where Carmine Costello and the downed marshals were. Units were immediately met with members of the ODPD attempting to impose themselves into the investigation, with members of the LSPD and BCSO asking them to step away due to the location and those involved with the incident. Officer D attempted to take pertinent evidence from Director Brian Knight, who had his own recording of the voluntary interview that he was there for. Director Knight provided this to the LSPD and BCSO instead once he was asked. It was then made apparent that Carmine did not have his own recording of the situation, despite comments from units on scene stating that he was conducting the interview. Senior Officer Keller, along with other LSPD and BCSO members, went over to Carmine and placed him in cuffs so that they could move him for questioning to a secure location, which was to MRPD for interrogation rooms, which are a safe and secure location that the investigating officers can control. During this, Carmine immediately requested a bench trial for the shooting of the 2 officers, to which officers, including Martin, advised that he was a government employee and an investigation would need to be conducted and a docket would be posted should charges be pressed. Not necessarily, that's not true anymore. Therefore, no bench trial would be required. Carmine was yelling about his rights being violated, to which officers informed him that wasn't the case. Carmine started screaming that he had called 78 on 3, which Martin said no one cares about ODPD on Channel 3, as hardly anyone is welcome on Channel 3 and is regularly told to fuck off when they go to Channel 3 for when ODPD is on duty. At this time, Matt Martin attempted to leave the scene but was regularly being screamed at by Carmine, who was attempting to get Martin involved further. Martin was later advised by Keller that Carmine was intending to submit an ACR on Matt Martin for his personal opinion, and that D stated that Martin said that ODPD was a shit department, which wasn't the case. See above for correct terminology. Okay, alright, Matt. You gotta rein it in a bit there, Matt. Rein it in a little bit there, buddy. Unnecessary. Unnecessary attitude. We don't need that. We need to let them be the ones antagonizing, not be the ones antagonizing. BBL Brandy Lynn. Brandy Lynn saw several emergency distress calls. I dropped my ball. Brandy Lynn saw several emergency distress calls from Marshall Springfield and one from Marshall Blunt at the court center. Lynn got on Channel 19, where no one had contacts beside Marshall Woods, stating something about an interview. Captain Key stated their units on Channel 3 and was collapsed at 3. When Brandy Lynn got on frequency, there was no communication. Lynn, alongside all the other units on 19, had no context of what was happening inside and did not know if there was still an assailant in there. Lynn asked what the status inside, which Maxwell waffled on the radio, and so Lynn interrupted and said, "Is it code 4 inside?" In which she replied saying somewhat of the sort, and that she's not going to discuss it and was going on another rambling. So Lynn said, affirm, let's move on, we are rambling, love you though, in which she said 10-3, which means clear radio traffic. Oh my god, dude. Ugh. This is not painting a good light on Maxwell. I'm being completely honest. Everything that's been written here has not painted Maxwell in a good light in any way, shape, or form. That's not even a personal opinion. That's just based off of the evidence written. Everything that is said here has painted Maxwell in a very bad picture. Anyway. Lynn went inside to where the scene was on some floor of the court center. Lynn saw down officers where D and Knight were going back and forth, where D was seemingly trying to get the recording from Knight. I'm gonna put everyone on timeout. D and Knight were going back and forth, where D was seemingly trying to get the recording from Knight. Lynn saw Maxwell pull aside Jonas Slow to get the recording and not let him leave with it, in which both Lynn and Slow understood and agreed that neither ODPD or Marshall should obtain it and should be uninvolved law enforcement agencies such as LSPD and BCSO. Maxwell, Slow, and Lynn walked back to where Lynn saw D and Knight bickering, where Lynn felt as if no de-escalation was happening from D since he was trying to obtain the recording. Maxwell and Slow broke it up, pulled Knight aside to explain where Slow and Lynn walked out of the building due to thin walls to have a conversation and retrieve the recording. As they got outside, Knight handed over the recording to Slow and Lynn, where Knight explained that he did not want to hand over the recording to ODPD due to the nature of both parties being involved, and had no problem with handing it to the BCSO and LSPD. Knight requested to go to the BCSO for privacy. Lynn, Slow, Wayne, and Knight went to the BCSO meeting room to take his recorded statement. The final statement! Finally! Jenna Mustard and Vincent Ventura responded to life distress signals from Marshal Springfield and Blood, followed by 311 Marshal Director Knight, saying that Carmine opened fire at the court center. Units that arrived staged outside ODPD HQ, and once sufficient units were present, breached together. Mustard remained outside briefly before entering the building. Upon entering, Mustard heard yelling and what sounded like heated arguments coming from the offices above the lobby. Mustard entered the office area and saw a large group of LEOs from multiple departments. Both Springfield and Blunt were incapacitated on the floor, while members of ODPD were providing first aid and beginning stages of processing. Jeremy Shimizu, I gotta blow my nose again. I know you guys are saying you don't hear it, but I can hear it myself, and it's like, I can feel my nose almost like being stuffed up, like I have a cold, and it's pissing me off. Oh, maybe I'm in my own head. Was escorted in the room to provide immediate treatment as Springfield and Blunt were reportedly both in critical condition. During this time, Mustard heard D and Knight in a heated argument. Link demanded a recording be handed over by Knight, who stated it would be released in a report that Link would have access to. After several minutes of heated back and forth, it was determined that LSPD and BCSO should take over the scene due to a potential conflict of interest involving ODPD and SASM. SASM did not dispute this. ODPD were initially reluctant, but eventually complied. Atmosphere remained extremely tense. Mustard approached Maxwell to obtain a statement. Mustard and Maxwell moved to the attached balcony outside of the office. Maxwell was visibly agitated, but fully complied with Mustard. During the conversation, it was discovered that Maxwell had removed Carmine's PD-issued weapons. He requested that Maxwell hand in the weapons over to Mustard. Maxwell initially declined and refused to hand them over, but eventually complied. Mustard was given custody of Carmine's PD heavy pistol and PD breacher. Maxwell returned inside while Mustard remained on the balcony, where Link was approached and offered to provide a statement. Once complete, Mustard redirected the MRPD alongside Link, where units were already arrived to question Carmine in interrogation. While at MRPD, Carmine's weapons were added into the evidence locker relating to this report. Mustard was not present for Carmine's interrogation, however, later spoke with Maxwell in the observation room. While there, Maxwell was asked directly if Carmine would be suspended pending investigation. Maxwell became verbally defensive and stated that they would not be told how to run their department. Maxwell told Key to stay in their lane. Key and York had entered the interrogation room with Carmine and attempted to explain the seriousness of the investigation. Carmine responded by repeatedly yelling, "Impeach me," while laughing. Carmine then left the interrogation room, unlocking the door themselves, entered observation, and eventually left alongside Maxwell. While at MRPD, Muster received a phone call from Link to add to their statement. The addition was added to the report. Following this, Muster was approached by York, who stated that Knight had informed them that Maxwell had given permission for the marshals to brandish their firearms due to a threat on Knight's life. Muster agreed to ask Maxwell about this. A few minutes after this, Muster received a phone call from Maxwell, who calmly stated that Carmine would be suspended pending investigation. During the call, Mustard asked whether permission had been given for the marshals to carry their Class 1 firearms. Maxwell refuted the claim and directed Mustard to speak to McDaniel's first statement. Mustard added the update from Maxwell to the report. Mustard then contacted McDaniel's, who arrived at MRPD shortly, provided a statement. Okay, alright. So, a number of what we just read doesn't matter in the slightest to our decision-making for Carmine and the marshals. Because what everything else just happened, that is internal dispute, bickering, and childish behavior. I cannot lie, Maxwell does not look good from these statements. That is just a clear, I mean, I don't think anybody can argue that from what we just read through, Maxwell does not look good in these statements. Regardless of that, doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. Maxwell's attitude or anything, it does not matter to our decision-making in any way, shape, or form for this entire situation. Davenport's around. I gotta talk to Davenport.
Hello.
Hey, Davenport.
Hello.
You haven't spoken to anybody about this ODPD thing, right?
Just talking to what's his name, Matt Martin.
Okay, so he told you that they're asking us to investigate it and see if there's any charges to be pressed from it?
He just wanted to first set. Well, you didn't say about pressing charges.
Okay.
He said first set eyes because they were becoming biased or something.
Yeah, so I spoke to Key, and they want essentially lieutenant above in shift 3, so me, Odette, you, and Ricky, to look through it and essentially provide a fresh set of eyes, a fresh opinion on whether or not charges should be pressed against the involved parties and sort of what happened here. So
okay,
I've just finished going over everything. I'm gonna be honest with you, Davenport. I've been going over it for the last 5 hours since I got on duty.
Oh, really?
It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. It is all I have done all night. Aside from at one point I went to fix up my CVPI, which I texted you. I took a bunch of red pins to go do that.
That's so good.
So it's a lot of information. My honest opinion, 90% of what is in this report doesn't fucking matter in regards to the actual incident at hand. So it's a bit of a weird one.
Yeah.
I'll let you look through it however you so please. Odette is also already looking through everything. She's up on a mountaintop in the north. At least she was. I don't know where she went now, but I'm gonna get with her soon probably and talk to her as well and see her take on things. But yeah, it's
Why is it up to us to push charges? Wouldn't it
we're
be
not.
like
No, it's not up to us to
the
push
marshals?
charges. It's not whether or not we're the ones to push charges. They just want our opinion for
Our
them to
opinion,
follow
okay.
through. Yeah, they just want an
okay,
unbiased
nice.
third party view, of like, you know, do we think that there are charges to be pressed here? They're not asking us to
Yeah.
do it for them. They just want to know, like, are we wrong here or do we have something like that? All that. So
Yeah. Yep. No worries.
So that's the gist of it.
Too easy. I shall take a look.
Good luck. You're gonna need it.
All right. No worries.
All right. Bye bye.
Everything else all good or?
Oh, yeah. As far, I don't know. I haven't. As in terms of the shift tonight, as far as I know, I haven't heard any complaints.
Okay. Yeah. I've been around much. I've been super busy, so.
Yeah. As far as I know, things have been pretty all right. Things are all right. So, no complaints thus far.
Perfect. No worries. Had a crash out last night at shift 1.
Oh, what do they do?
Told them they're all dog shit.
Why?
I
What
don't
did they
know.
do?
You can never get 77s. Everyone, there could be 30 officers on duty and not one person will respond to 77s. You won't even hear a murmur on the radio.
Yeah.
And then an officer gets put down. No one calls 78s. It's just a fucking shit show, man. And it stemmed all over Carmine. And then apparently at the end of it, when myself and Jenny Hall were like, well, why wasn't it a 78 call? And they said because they were just mucking around. So, well, why the fuck are we chasing them? They're just mucking around. Why are we chasing 6 people in a car?
Yeah.
3 units.
Yeah,
So-
that's yeah.
And then the same thing, Fleeker goes off, 6 besties inside. We get 2 in cuffs, and then they come back with a bunch of different cars and pick all the people up, and no one wants to respond to anything. So I just got off duty, man. I was like, okay, all right, it's time for me to go to bed.
Yeah, it's like there's a reason I haven't been sticking around as late in shift 3 towards shift 1, and I've been getting on duty earlier, tail end shift 2.
Yeah.
Been a lot more tolerable for my mental.
Yeah, I don't have that opportunity at the moment. Unfortunately, I'm late.
Yeah.
So, but
unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't know whether we'll hear anything of it or whatever, but I was kind of pretty pissed off about it.
Well,
Because if you don't respond to them immediately, you're the worst person in the world, you know.
Yep.
It's a big deal made about it. Like, so I'm just going to do the same thing back to them. I think whenever they call for stuff, I'll just stay silent on the radio. See how long it takes for them to pick it up.
Play fire with fire.
That's true. You know, all right.
Hey, good luck.
See you, mate. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so what we need to break down here. Is there any, like, is there charges to be pressed from what happened? So we've read through everything. We've listened to everything. We're going to go back to the interview. We're going to go back to the interview. We're going to go to just a raw recording of the situation that happened. It's going to be... this one. All right.
Well, you're a witness. You shouldn't be here. And is Jessica here? Jessica, you can't be here either. And this isn't our interrogation room. This isn't our interrogation room. Can you please follow me to our interrogation room?
Carmine, you gotta whisper me.
Wait, I
we
thought
probably shouldn't do it
is,
here.
is this not a voluntary interview?
Yeah, it's a voluntary interview. We do our interviews in the interrogation rooms.
This is fine.
I'm sorry, it's not called a.
I think he likes my chair.
interview.
Yeah, it's a nice chair.
Yeah. It was imported.
I have my recording device set up in that room, so we need to go to that room directly.
That's fine. You can place it right here.
No, that's not my recording device. I'm the one conducting the
It
interview.
is July 17th, 2026 at 7:38 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Director, are we gonna do this interview or not?
I'm going to be Director Brian Knight, call sign 0495, here with Carmine Costello for a voluntary
If
interview.
you're gonna say no, just say no. I don't know what these theatrics are about.
No, I'm ready,
Either
Carmine.
we do
Let's
this.
start.
Listen, either we do this interview or we don't. It's fine.
Yeah, let's do it. Have a seat.
Okay, then let's go. Let's go to the designated room, the interrogation room. Let's take a seat. And
Wait,
let's
is
get
this
to
an
it.
interrogation or a voluntary
No,
interview?
did I say it was an interrogation?
Wait, why can't we do it here?
Because I have my recording device set up in that room.
We have one. You can set it up right here. There's a computer.
Listen, director, if you want to say no, just say no. We can move on.
I'd
I'll move
like
on.
to do the interview right here,
Okay,
Carmine.
then let's do it in the.
Let's do it right here. Have a
interrogation
seat.
room. Director.
Carmine,
I'm
I've been
gonna
waiting
take-
2
I'm-
hours for this.
You have not been waiting 2 hours for this. Now you're lying
Yeah.
on your own record.
Well,
You're lying
why
on
don't we
your own record.
compromise?
Director.
well, let's calm down.
compromise.
There
Let's
is
calm
no
down.
compromise. I
Whoa,
waited.
whoa, calm down.
Director,
Calm down.
I am calm. I am calm.
Okay.
You're
Well,
the one who's
why-
not calm. You're the one that called me a hard boy several times. Okay, I am very calm. You're the one that's not. You're the one that has been very belligerent over the phone the last couple of days, and I've been treating you with the utmost professionalism. And now, if listen, Just say no if you want to say no.
Why do you want me to say no? I'm here, Carmine.
Because it
I
seems like you
brought
wanna say no.
Springfield and I brought Blunt. I even asked Maxwell to be up here.
Blunt. I know where you get it from now. Okay, it all makes sense. Okay.
Carmine,
I see where I see where you get it from, dude. I see where you get it from. Like father, like son.
About why?
I'm like 30 years older than Brian.
He hasn't even said anything.
Director,
I was born in
I'm gonna
69,
note this down
brother.
as a refusal.
I'm here. I'm not refusing.
You are refusing. I'm gonna go to the interrogation room. I'm gonna wait for you for 5 minutes. If you do not show up, I'm noting it down as a refusal.
Okay, well,
I'm gonna
please
do
do
that right
enter
now.
this recording in as well.
And director, if you have no business here, you do not need to be here. Okay.
I'm here for a voluntary interview, Carmine.
Okay, then I'll see you in that interrogation room, director.
Why are you leaving the room?
I'll be right back.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess we'll pause the recording here at 7:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm very confused.
I'll just note for purposes of the one-way window when there's threats against.
It is
This is a
July
government building. There is no
17th,
threat present.
2025 at
Put your class
7:45
away,
p.m.
Blunt.
Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to be Director Brian Knight,
Blunt, put your
continuing the
class away.
voluntary interview. Carmine
Blunt.
Casello, I fear for my life being placed in this room where there are exposed windows after I have been shot multiple times this week by active terrorists.
Including today.
Including today, for the safety of my person and for the safety of my person, I am asking that we do this voluntary interview in a more enclosed location.
Blunt, I want you out of this room with that class too. In fact, I want you out of this building.
Y'all can put the weapons down. Our safety is in the hands of ODPD at this time.
Thank you.
You're not addressing me, Carmine.
Hold on.
Can
do
we
you have a,
can
do
we
you have
do
a
this
defense
interview?
attorney present? Who's your defense attorney? Are either of these people your defense attorney?
Firstly,
Are they here to represent you?
Firstly, can we do this in a place
Are they here
that's safe?
I want to get this interview started.
Yeah, I do too. Can we go to a safe location for this?
I want the interview to start, and I want the relevant parties present. That'd be you, me, and whoever your representative is. Your legal representative, your attorney.
Wait, Carmine, are you saying that my
board-certified
safety is
defense
not a
attorney.
concern?
It's not a concern. I
Huh?
say that you will not get shot in this building, and I'll do everything I can to
There's
ensure
an
it doesn't happen.
there's this open glass panel with a walkway.
It's
and
been reinforced. It's been reinforced.
see, that's
It's
what.
been reinforced.
Okay. Well, I'm not comfortable having this here. Could we do it in a different room?
This is the allocated room. You're safe. You see that? That's my recording device.
It's actually
It's
where
the
we
one I
put
use.
Tyler when he's a bad boy.
Wait,
And
why
that
are
is
there
precisely-
voices coming through the walls?
That is precisely why we're not doing this here.
Wait, how are we gonna do this interrogation when the voices
Is
are
this
coming
your
through the
interview?
walls?
Is this
How is
your
this
interview?
reinforced? I can. Hello, guys. Can you hear me down there?
Can you identify yourself, whoever that is,
Are you-
please?
Hey,
Okay,
guys.
Blunt,
Hey.
Blunt and
Why-
Jessica, I'd like it if you leave
Hey.
the room right now.
I'd like it if you
Okay,
leave the
Carmine,
room
I'm
right
not
now.
comfortable.
Springfield,
not-
I am trying to conduct police work, and you're preventing me from doing my police work.
Well, so
I'm
firstly,
demanding you leave the room now.
they're here for me. Secondly, I don't have any context to what this is about.
Okay. Are you
Thirdly,
here
this is
willingly?
now the second time
Are you here Director, are you here willingly?
I am not comfortable doing it here. Yes.
Are you here willingly? Yes or no?
Yes, I'm here willingly.
Okay. You're
Why
not
would
here
I?
against
How
your
would
will.
I?
You're here voluntarily. You are present voluntarily.
Correct.
For an interview, correct?
Correct.
And that interview is me doing my police
However,
work.
here's the thing. I'm not going
It's
to
me
be.
doing my police work.
Here-
I'm investigating a crime. I'm trying to do my police work.
And
Jessica,
you know,
if
good
you do
for
not
you.
Leave. I will have you on obstruction.
On excuse me. I'm
You're
going to get charged
preventing
with
me from-
obstruction.
No, not you.
Why
Jessica
would I get
Springfield
charged for
and Blunt.
obstruction? For what?
If you do not leave this room now, or in fact leave this building, you'll be charged with obstruction, the both of you.
Why the building?
I'm not going to leave Carmine.
Okay, well then in that case, I'm arresting you on obstruction of justice. Turn around.
What the hell? For
I am not
what?
turning around.
Are you resisting arrest?
Drop your taser now. Put your taser down. Do not aim that taser at me. Put it away now. I will not accept the threat from you,
Carmine, what are you doing?
Okay, now you held me up. You held me up. Now?
Wait, no, she didn't.
Put your hands up. Do not reach.
If you.
Why are you shooting her?
Put your gun down.
What the fuck?
You're safe, Director. I killed your assassins. Don't worry.
Why did you just shoot them all?
78 marshals just tried to murder me in an interview with Brian
That
Knight.
help is
Two marshals
amazing.
just tried to kill me after I took
You said I was safe here.
78's at the court center now. Don't worry, Director. You are safe. You are safe, Director. You're safe, Director. I need units here now.
Dude, that help is fucking comic.
Springfield and Blunt both pulled brandished weapons on
The
me
yell
and tried
for
to
help
shoot me.
is
I gunned them
comedic
both down.
gold.
I want them in cuffs and treated for their injuries.
For the record,
Director, you're
none of
safe.
that happened.
That is what, Director.
You
are
just
safe.
started shooting her.
Get Blunt
What
in
the
cuffs.
fuck is wrong with you?
Get Blunt in cuffs.
Okay.
They're both being placed under arrest.
Okay.
This is a
Yes,
voluntary
of course,
interview, you dumbass.
It is. You got everything on recording. Thank you. That's evidence, by the way. I'm going to be seizing that. That is evidence, Director. They committed a crime.
Captain, do you get her in cuffs?
Yeah, she's in cuffs.
Okay. I'll get evidence.
Get EMS stage. The threat has been handled. The director was right. He said that he believed he was going to be harmed. It looks like it was his own. Looks like the faceless must have infiltrated their ranks.
I'm having trouble.
What does the faceless have anything to do with this?
I don't know, man. Deep state shit. They were.
Brother, you just fucking gunned down two cops. Why?
Oh, that was crazy. They're both suspects. They're both going to jail. Both of them are going to jail.
You just shot down.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
No, I'm not fucking okay. You just shot two people down, dumbass.
Director, if you want to give a
Are
witness
you-
statement, I'll have one of my officers take that witness statement.
I think
from you,
Carmine
okay?
should be charged for this.
Everything's on
Okay.
recording, Carmine.
See, here's what's gonna happen. Jessica Springfield and Blunt are gonna be they're suspects, 95s. Okay, we're gonna process them.
It sounds so
And,
bad for
the director's
Carmine,
a witness.
dude.
Someone come up here and get a statement from him.
It sounds so
I'll
bad.
go
Not
for
only
report.
that, but him trying to turn.
For the recording, I am not reacting in this very moment.
The
And
thing that I think is the nail of the coffin.
I have no idea what the hell this is about, but I'm going to be opening up an investigation on Carmine Costello for the attempted murder of two members of SASM.
Director, that's fine. The situation's handled. I'm gonna
No,
need the
it's not
recording from you.
fine. I'm going to.
I'm gonna need the recording from you, Director. Are you
Well-
withholding evidence from me of a crime that was committed? The director is fine.
You want this recording after you gunned down two marshals? Are you retarded?
Legally.
Legally
There's that word
retarded.
again.
That's what I want. That's what I
There's that
thought.
word again. I shot them down legally.
Hey, you
I don't
heard it,
have to
Dina.
explain
You know?
I don't have to explain myself to you. I'm gonna need that.
I'm gonna
recording.
need
Are
your
you
gun.
withholding evidence? Are you withholding evidence? Director?
No.
Are you? Wait. Are you saying that?
You
wait,
have
is
your
it-
own recording.
Is this a jurisdictional dispute? Are you utilizing your power as a director?
Are you intimidating me? Are you trying to
Are
intimidate
you
me right now?
ordering me to put my gun down?
So much fun.
As the director of the marshals.
Here's what we're doing.
Right.
Radio check.
Hold on.
Oh my god, it was so much fun.
Flores
Those
is on
two
the way.
people
by
are
the way.
Flores,
95.
Rooker, John. Let's get up here.
He's on channel 3. He's on the way. Flores is on the way.
All right.
D, I want you to handle Jessica
shit.
Springfield. Shields, you handle Blunt. They are both 95. They're suspects. I'll tell you what they're going to be charged with.
Okay.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Hold on.
Dude. We've read everything. We've listened to all the interrogations. We've listened to all the statements that we have available to us. Carmine states that I would like for you to leave the room. They don't. He then says, if you don't leave the room, I will be if you don't leave the building, the entire building he wants them to leave, I will be charging you with obstruction of justice. They once again refuse to do so. Carmine pulls a taser and attempts to apprehend Springfield for what is being claimed to be obstruction of justice, although what justice is being obstructed? Carmine reiterated multiple times that Knight is there willingly, voluntarily, and is not being interrogated. Although Carmine does mention a criminal investigation before they change rooms. In the first recording, he mentions a criminal investigation. Springfield refuses to cooperate with Carmine's demands in order to surrender. Springfield, also operating under the... I don't know if impression is the word I'm looking for, but Springfield operating as a security detail for the director of the marshals, who has already been shot and threatened and bombed multiple times over the course of the week and same day, trusts her gut instinct. One could say reasonably suspects, based off of her experiences as an officer, that Carmine's intentions are what's the word I'm looking for? Not untrue, but there's a word I'm looking for that I can't remember of. But that Carmine's intentions are not good. Untoward, maybe? There's another word. I don't know. If I might think of it, I might never know. Carmine draws a taser, which is a less than lethal weapon. Not in good faith, yes. Carmine's intentions are of not good faith. Springfield reacts to the threat posed accordingly to police training, with +1 being lethal. What the fuck is... Oh, fucking... The shitter fuck's doing an S-boost. Springfield responds, as expected, to +1 the threat posed. Carmine backs down. Springfield holsters her firearm, as the threat is no longer present. And Crimbo, I don't know how many fucking times I've said +1. It's use of force matrix, man. Been doing this for 3 years. +1 to the threat posed. The threat posed being taser along with baton is less than lethal. We respond with lethal. That's just how it works. It's how it's always worked. It's how we're trained. The threat stops with Carmine putting the taser away. Springfield puts her gun away. There is no longer a threat being posed. In theory, things have de-escalated. Carmine then draws a firearm, aims it at Springfield. Springfield pulls her gun. Carmine shoots Springfield. Turns to Blunt, who also pulls his gun, pulling his gun because Carmine just shot Springfield. And Carmine then shoots down Blunt. That is just factual statement as to what happened. I want to make something very clear. Everything I just said is a factual statement as to what happened. That none of what I just said is opinion. I do not see a world that Carmine does not get charged with attempted murder of a government employee here 2 times. Because in both circumstances that Carmine antagonized, Springfield matched and then de-escalated. The threat left, and she matched that and holstered her weapon. Threat applies, threat response, threat revoked, de-escalation. Threat returns, pulls gun, gets shot. On top of all of that, after this occurs, the first thing that Carmine tries to claim on radio is that there was an assassination attempt against Brian Knight, and the people who did it were his own marshals, which we all know, based off of what we just listened to, that is not what happened. Because we all just listened to it. We all know for a fact that Springfield and Blunt did not just try and assassinate. They did not just try and assassinate Knight. They were being his bodyguard, as they were supposed to do. And I mean, guys, if we have to put it in emote only chat again, we'll put it in emote only chat again. I don't give a fuck. If y'all are out of control, then y'all are gonna be talking with fucking pictures like the goddamn fucking cavemen. All right, I'll send you back to caveman. All right, that's what's gonna happen if you don't keep it in line. Again, everything I've just said is a factual statement as to what has occurred. All right, it is. This is what this is not me saying, "Oh, I think this is what happened," and this is what happened. The part that I think is the nail in the coffin for Carmine is the claims he makes after the fact, saying that there was an assassination attempt on Knight, and that it was his own people, and that the Faceless got inside, and they were trying to kill Knight. When we all know from what we just heard, that's not what happened. Carmine is on recording lying about what just happened in that room. What that also does is backs up Springfield's statement that she believes that Carmine had poor intentions and was acting as a bodyguard for Knight, as she was supposed to be doing. Remember. This is not officer versus civilian. This is officer on officer. We cannot look at this like an officer versus civilian. We cannot. because they are very different circumstances. You have one group of officers doing what they are supposed to be doing, and another officer trying to prevent them from doing that. And when they refuse, he attempts to arrest them for what he claims to be obstruction of justice. I would ask Carmine what justice was being obstructed. And then when he says the interview with Knight, I would ask him this exact question. What part of your interview with Knight was obstructed in terms of hindering discovery, apprehension, conviction, or punishment of a person who committed a crime? Because Carmine's own words were that it was not an interrogation, and he was there voluntarily. Yet Carmine also asked Knight about his legal representation. Carmine never Mirandized Knight, although Carmine never got to that point of questioning him. Right, so the argument, the only argument, would be discovery. But of what crime? What crime was being investigated? Every time anything has been mentioned about this so-called crime, nothing is said about it. Nobody knows anything about this investigation Carmine's doing other than himself. Does this investigation even fucking exist? This is my perspective. From the information we have, Carmine never had them detained. He never had them... He specifically said it was not an interrogation. Right? Now, he does say... Knight asked if he was being interrogated, and Carmine said no. He specifically said that he was not being interrogated. And Carmine also reiterated 3 times, I think, maybe 2 times, on whether or not Knight was there voluntarily, of which Knight was. During Carmine's interrogation with Ventura, he specifically says that he will not be giving information about the investigation that he's working on. Again, it begs the question, does anybody know about the investigation that he's working on? Now, another angle we have here to look at is, let's say this does go to court, and he argues, oh, it is a criminal investigation. Okay, Carmine, why is it not in... If that's the case, then we need the evidence. We need the proof that there is a criminal investigation here, and you're not just talking out your ass saying that you're investigating something that's not actual investigation. It would force him to put that investigation into the light. Or, it doesn't, and he gets charged. Right? The other question I have is, how does their presence impact the discovery of any crime? How does them being in the room impact things at all, if they are strictly there as a security detail? Why does Knight need to be spoken to alone? Any sort of felony obstruction, in my honest opinion, as an officer that's been doing this for, I've been doing this for a hot minute, any form of obstruction of justice, misdemeanor or felony, is, in my honest opinion, immensely weak. With so many holes in it, you may as well call it fucking Swiss cheese. Because all Carmine is doing is claiming that there's a crime being investigated. There is no supporting evidence of this crime that's being investigated. If there's an actual investigation from Carmine, again, it would have to be brought forward in court to prove, yeah, this is what I was working. And he could seal it too. But he would need to show the DOJ, like, yeah, here's the fucking report, and here's the crimes that I'm investigating. Right? So what I don't understand is why the fuck the marshals didn't just leave and let Carmine do his fucking go have his big one about Knight not wanting to speak to him because he won't let him have his fucking security guards. I also don't understand why Carmine wanted the marshals to leave the building entirely. That is very strange to me as well. That is such an unusual request to leave the building entirely. It's very odd. The big thing here. The big thing here